Because what I am saying on Abumanyamini, our people are lame. They are weak. I am struggling to count how many men there are in Biafra land. There are no more men left. Weak, docile, and imbecilic. Weak. I don't know how we can take such people to war. I don't know how we can take men who are not men into battle and win. I am ashamed. Very, very ashamed. Nonetheless, we must preach this very gospel because man did not ask us to come. Chukwu Abịama in heaven mandated that we should come. If not, that I was called to do this very work, I will not speak to any of you anymore. But Chukwu Abịama said this very gospel must be preached, and we must preach it. I have prayed since yesterday up until now. My request is very simple. The same prayer I made in secret, I will make out here in the open. Chukwu Abịama biko, since it is your intention that your kingdom will be restored upon this very earth, I need men. I need men. I did not say boys. I said I need men. Those of them that you created to restore your kingdom, they should come forward now, not tomorrow, not next year. Chukwu Abịama. You must bring them now. I did not say tomorrow. Because the insult is too much. It is beyond what any human being can endure. We want to go and get Biafra, or we die in the process, because we are better off dead than witness some of this nonsense going on. The level of insult is beyond what any decent human being can tolerate. I was an Nnamdi. They bring their cattle into our land. They desecrate our land. They kill us in the presence of our families and nobody does anything about it. And when the police attend, the police sit idly by as people are being killed by not a multitude of people. Only 4. Only 4 Hausa people can sack an entire village in Biafra land, and we call ourselves men. No, we are not men until we redeem our honor, until we look at integrity and say we must have a part of it. Until then, to be honest with you, this is Radio Biafra. Now is the time to come forward. I did not say tomorrow. Now, tonight is the time to come forward. 100 of us, and then we march. 100 and we march. The rest can come later if they want to. I am tired of broadcasting. I want to fight for my country. I want to carry arms to defend the honor and integrity of my country. I want to avenge the death of 6 million people. I want Biafra to stand as a beacon of hope, freedom, and liberty in black world. I want Biafra to stand as a testament to the glory of heaven upon the face of this very earth. I want Biafra to stand because my obligation to the dead outweigh that which I owe to the living. That is why Biafra will stand, and Biafra will come. 100 men, that's all. And we march. The rest can come later on. I no longer give a damn. The disgrace and the insult is too much. We must go and meet our enemies even if we have only machete and hoes. It is far more better for us to go and meet them and die with a semblance of dignity than with this very humiliation which we encounter every blessed day. We must assemble as quickly as possible.
Hashtag we are one family, indivisible. Under Chukwu Abịama, we are the the people of the East. Hashtag we are one family. Indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to the people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investments. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife nor rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we're going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations, a Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor, militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe that is why I said, and I have said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who's not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of Sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra because, mind you, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political cultural arrangement. Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, oh, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, oh, we want to expand into Amazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart. And that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Hashtag, we are one family. Indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family. Indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to the people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investments. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife nor rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we're going to go back to. a Biafra of very many nations, a Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor, militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe that is why I said, and have said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who's not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of Sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra, because mind you, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political cultural arrangement. Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, oh, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, oh, we want to expand into Amazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart. And that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
We have to come to the conclusion that there are no extenuating circumstances. You have been found guilty on all charges. Is there something you could tell the court before pronouncement of your sentence?
All we want is freedom. That's all we want. Freedom. Freedom for children to learn. Freedom for men to work. For mothers to love. For a nation to grow. That's all we want. Equality. For everyone. You see, I am just one of many. A foot soldier. There will be many, many more to follow. So, there is no court of law, no police force, no army that will stop the tide of revolution from turning. There is no punishment that you can lay out in this court. No law, your government can pass that will kill the will of the people. Because we will fight. We will continue to fight until all our people are free. And maybe we can even free you from yourselves. So you can hate us, degrade us, torture us, and kill us. But we will fight. And we will be free. One day, we will be free. Amanda! Amanda!
Solomon Kalushi Mashlango, you are hereby sentenced to death. You will be taken to Pretoria Central Prison on a date to be set, and you will be hanged by your neck until you die.
Because what I am saying, Honorable Manyamini, our people are lame. They are weak. I am struggling to count how many men there are in Biafra land. There are no more men left. Weak, docile, and imbecilic. Weak. I don't know how we can take such people to war. I don't know how we can take men who are not men into battle and win. I am ashamed. Very, very ashamed. Nonetheless, we must preach this very gospel because man did not ask us to come. Chukwa Biama in heaven mandated that we should come. If not, that I was called to do this very work, I will not speak to any of you anymore. But Chukwa Biama said this very gospel must be preached, and we must preach it. I have prayed since yesterday up until now. My request is very simple. The same prayer I made in secret, I will make out here in the open. Chukwa Biama Biko, since it is your intention that your kingdom will be restored upon this very earth, I need men. I need men. I did not say boys. I said I need men. Those of them that you created to restore your kingdom, they should come forward now, not tomorrow, not next year. Chukwa Biama. You must bring them now. I did not say tomorrow. Because the insult is too much. It is beyond what any human being can endure. We want to go and get Biafra, or we die in the process, because we are better off dead than witness some of this nonsense going on. The level of insult is beyond what any decent human being can tolerate. I was an Nnamdi. They bring their cattle into our land. They desecrate our land. They kill us in the presence of our families, and nobody does anything about it. And when the police attend, the police sit idly by as people are being killed by not a multitude of people. Only 4. Only 4 Hausa people can sack an entire village in Biafra land, and we call ourselves men. No, we are not men until we redeem our honor, until we look at integrity and say we must have a part of it. Until then, to be honest with you, this is Radio Biafra. Now is the time to come forward. I did not say tomorrow. Now, tonight is the time to come forward. 100 of us, and then we march. 100 and we march. The rest can come later if they want to. I am tired of broadcasting. I want to fight for my country. I want to carry arms to defend the honor and integrity of my country. I want to avenge the death of 6 million people. I want Biafra to stand as a beacon of hope, freedom and liberty in black world. I want Biafra to stand as a testament to the glory of heaven upon the face of this very earth. I want Biafra to stand because my obligation to the dead outweigh that which I owe to the living. That is why Biafra will stand, and Biafra will come. 100 men, that's all. And we march. The rest can come later on. I no longer give a damn. The disgrace and the insult is too much. We must go and meet our enemies even if we have only machete and hoes. It is far more better for us to go and meet them and die with a semblance of dignity than with this very humiliation which we encounter every blessed day. We must assemble as quickly as possible.
Hashtag, we are one family. Indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family. Indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to the people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investments. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife nor rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we're going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations. A Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor, militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe that is why I said, and I have said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who's not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of Sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra, because mind you, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political cultural arrangement. Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, oh, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, oh, we want to expand into Amazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart. And that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investments. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife, no rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we are going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations, a Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor, militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe that is why I said, and I have said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who's not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of Sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra, because mind you, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political cultural arrangement. Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, oh, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, oh, we want to expand into Amazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart. And that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
Let us pray. For God in heaven
Almighty Creator, the ancients of the ancients, the maker of the heavens and the earth. You created everything that the mind of a living soul can imagine, but none created thee. That is why we say you are immortal, you are invisible, you are omnipotent. This very God that every generation who has ever had the grace of knowing thee have always testified to your goodness. That is the same God that we kneel and bow before. This God is our refuge and our strength, a very present help, even in this time of Janjaweed trouble, even in this time of Fulani rage and terrorism. Therefore we shall fear no evil. This IPOB shall fear no evil. Even if the whole world is against us, even if Britain intensifies their effort to cross this very light of hope in sub-Saharan Africa, even though they shake the mountains, even though the seas may rise, even though they may give all the weapons and ammunition to the Zoological Republic, no matter what they do, no matter how they foment their rage, it doesn't matter to us. For God, Biafra, is in the land of Biafra. We shall never ever be moved. This God of the ancients will help us now and forevermore. For Biafra shall come, and this Lord of hosts is with us. Biafra, the same God of Jacob, this same God of Shadrach and Meshach and Abednego, this God that never abandons his people, this same God is our refuge, and we proclaim it unashamedly that this God that we kneel and bow before, we shall worship thee. For Biafra is your promise, your word is yea and amen. Instead of your word not to come to pass, heaven and earth will cease to exist. Upon this very hope we anchor all our belief that Biafra shall come in our time, and we pray that it comes this very year, that your glory may be made manifest in the lives of men, that we may kneel and bow before thee.
Our people are lame. They are weak. I am struggling to count how many men there are in Biafra land. There are no more men left in Wokanozi. Weak, docile, and imbecilic. Weak. I don't know how we can take such people to war. I don't know how we can take men who are not men into battle and win. I am ashamed. Very, very ashamed. Nonetheless, we must preach this very gospel because man did not ask us to come. Chukwu Abịama in heaven mandated that we should come. If not, that I was called to do this very work, I will not speak to any of you anymore. But Chukwu Abịama said this very gospel must be preached, and we must preach it. I have prayed since yesterday up until now. My request is very simple. The same prayer I made in secret, I will make out here in the open. Chukwu Abịama biko, since it is your intention that your kingdom will be restored upon this very earth, I need men. I need men. I did not say boys. I said I need men. Those of them that you created to restore your kingdom, they should come forward now, not tomorrow, not next year. Chukwu Abịama. You must bring them now. I did not say tomorrow. Because the insult is too much. It is beyond what any human being can endure. We want to go and get Biafra, or we die in the process, because we are better off dead than witness some of this nonsense going on. The level of insult is beyond what any decent human being can tolerate. HAUSA-SERVICE, they bring their cattle into our land. They desecrate our land. They kill us in the presence of our families and nobody does anything about it. And when the police attend, the police sit idly by as people are being killed by not a multitude of people. Only 4. Only 4 Hausa people can sack an entire village in Biafra land, and we call ourselves men. No, we are not men until we redeem our honor, until we look at integrity and say we must have a part of it. Until then, to be honest with you, this is Radio Biafra. Now is the time to come forward. I did not say tomorrow. Now, tonight is the time to come forward. 100 of us, and then we march. 100 and we march. The rest can come later if they want to. I'm tired of broadcasting. I want to fight for my country. I want to carry arms to defend the honor and integrity of my country. I want to avenge the death of 6 million people. I want Biafra to stand as a beacon of hope, freedom and liberty in black world. I want Biafra to stand as a testament to the glory of heaven upon the face of this very earth. I want Biafra to stand because my obligation to the dead outweigh that which I owe to the living. That is why Biafra will stand, and Biafra will come. 100 men, that's all. And we march. The rest can come later on. I no longer give a damn. The disgrace and the insult is too much. We must go and meet our enemies even if we have only machete and hoes. It is far more better for us to go and meet them and die with a semblance of dignity than with this very humiliation which we encounter every blessed day. We must assemble as quickly as possible.
Good evening, great Biafrans, wonderful people and beautiful people. Permit me to welcome you this evening once again. Today, of course, is the day that Chukwuokike have made, and today is Wednesday, the 27th day of July 2022, the year of our Lord. And of course, the time standing here this evening, around about 4 minutes to 7 p.m. in the evening here in Johannesburg. And of course, it will be the same minutes to the top of the hour, 6 p.m. in the Holy Land of Biafra. Permit me to welcome you. My name is Mazi and of course, we have come once again to do the needful. And of course, that is to continue the preaching, the restoration efforts of the kingdom of God on this planet Earth. The kingdom of God we are talking about, of course, is Biafra. Make no mistakes. I heard from Omowa in Olo province of Biafra land. And of course, this is what we have signed up to do, and that is to continue on this restoration effort, irrespective of what the enemies think, irrespective of what is happening in our land, in Biafra land. As you can see, all the prophecies of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is coming to pass. It is coming to pass right before our own very eyes. Biafra youth are being slaughtered even as we speak this evening all around Biafra land. But the only thing your political elite and your political class and the so-called elders can do is to talk about PVC and election. And yet, their own children are being slaughtered on a daily basis. It is a crime, of course, this day to be a youth in Biafra land. The worst place to grow up right now as a youth is in Biafra land, because the enemy have made our life unbearable. They have made Biafra land as hot as possible, as hot as they have promised. I remember some time ago, one of those Fulani Alamajiri I think it's Yerima Shetima. He made a threat and he said that, of course, that was during Goodluck Jonathan, tenure in office. He said that Goodluck Jonathan is killing their brothers, the Boko Haram, that they are going to make Biafra land very hot, that Biafra land will be so insecure, even worse than the north. They said it. And of course, I need to find that article. I read that article, of course, it's a couple of years back. They say that when they are done with Biafra land, it is going to be one of the most unsafest place in the zoo called Nigeria. Now, the question is, did they accomplish that? I can tell you right now, of course, that Biafra land is a place now. Before you go, you need to think twice. Before you walk on the street of Biafra as a youth, you need to think about your life, your safety, and your security. With that being said, of course, I will not forget the effort our gallant men in the bushes of Biafra land. I'm talking about the ESN. They are doing the needful, of course. They are trying as much as they can to secure Biafra land, and it is yielding fruit. Of course, you know about Log Panther. What our gallant men did in the bushes there in Biafra land, in Log Panther. And as I'm talking to you now, they have managed to flush out the Fulani herdsmen in Log Panther. And of course, they are doing their best with the resources available at their disposal. But that does not take the fact away that our youth are dying. Now, the Nigerian army, being the cowards they are, they will never go and face up ESN. What they do is they go from village to village, from home to home. They hide in the bushes, and when they see a group of youth going about their business, going about their normal daily duties and job, they would jump out and kidnap them, abduct them. Sometimes they shoot aside and take their bodies and run away. Most of the time, you don't get to see the bodies of our youth that has been murdered by these terrorists of Nigerian army. And that makes our land a very, very dangerous place at the moment, courtesy of those that hate us. And I'm talking about the Fulani and, of course, Buhari and APC administration. And yet, the same people who we are supposed to ensure that this stops, the same people who knows exactly what to do to make this killing go away, did they do it? The answer is no. Rather, what they are doing is going about, campaigning. I mean, look at Peter Obi. Is he going to tell me that he is not a witness to what is happening in Biafra land, to the killing, to the maiming, to the murdering and massacring of our able-bodied young men? None of them says a word. None of them says a word. Are you telling me that if the so-called political elite will come together and decide and say, if the army does not pull away from Biafra land, we are going to boycott 2023 election? Do you think that this killing will persist? Do you think that these killings will continue? Absolutely not. Just one day, the military will vacate Biafra land. But because the so-called political class and the so-called think that this killing will persist, do you think that these killings will continue? Absolutely not. Just one day, the military will vacate Biafra land. But because the so-called political class and the so-called are all in it, it is none of their business. They don't mind. It's all about PVC. While our people are being murdered in broad daylight. In broad daylight. In which place will youth, able-bodied youth, be slaughtered like it happened in our mama? In which place will such a thing happen? And the elders and the so-called political class keep quiet? I'm asking you, if this would have happened in the West, in Yoruba land, in Oduduwa land, if I may, Do you think it will be business as usual? I'm asking you. If such a thing would have happened in the Yoruba land, do you think it will be business as usual? Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, they will call a meeting of all Yoruba rulers, even their so-called governors. They will all gather and have a meeting. Remember during the time of Amotekun, they came together, they had a stand, they said Amotekun is here to stay. That is how elders operate. That is how leaders operate. That is how political leaders operate. But in Biafra land, they are used to using the blood of their children for rituals. So they don't care. I mean, to them, it's nothing new. They have seen blood over and over. As a matter of fact, most of them, do you know how they have come about to the position they are today? That is why it is not a big deal for them seeing their children being slaughtered. If somebody can sacrifice their own biological children, how much more, and your neighbor's children, how much more Biafran youth, what does it take away from him? If you give them opportunity, they can even use those youth and prepare themselves for 2023. That is how demonic and wicked the kind of elders you have in Biafra land. Of course, not all of them, and I'm not using the same brush to paint everybody, but I'm talking percentage-wise. Because you cannot tell me that the same people who are meant to protect their young ones are watching helplessly. Not that they don't know what to do, because if you tell me that the so-called elders in Biafra land and the so-called political class does not know what to do to arrest this situation, then I will tell you you're a liar. I will tell you you're a liar. They don't need to do much, just pronouncement. Only a pronouncement is enough to arrest all this situation, to arrest all this nonsense. But for them, hear nothing, see nothing, business as usual, hope us on a killing spree like a madman, going around slaughtering people. Doesn't they have the Southeast Governors Forums anymore? Of course they do have the Southeast Governors Forum. Have anybody said anything? Have anybody called Hope Ozodimba to order and say, what are you doing? Why are you killing your own people? Why are you exterminating the youth of Biafra? Nobody, because they are all in on it. I mean, Fulani does not have no power. The enemies, a stranger, a total stranger have no power in your land, in your family, in your father's land. No, the enemy has no power unless the enemies acquire the services of few saboteurs. Unless the enemy acquires the services of few saboteurs who will tell them, no, come in. The road is clear, the coast is clear. You can move in, you can kill at will, and nothing will happen. And that is exactly what is happening in Biafra land right now. And of course, we knew it will happen. It is not by accident, it is not by sudden. We knew their target. Their target is Biafran youth. For Fulani, it stood for tat. For Fulani, it's a revenge of what good luck did to Boko Haram. Are you listening to me? Because they hated Goodluck Jonathan so much because he was out to flush out Boko Haram. Now Boko Haram are terrorists, and Goodluck Jonathan then have every right or had every opportunity or right to do the needful, and that is flushing out those terrorists. It is not just a terrorist, according to our own knowledge in that part of the world, but they are terrorists in terms of international pronouncement. Fulani herdsmen, Boko Haram, they have been pronounced internationally. They have been designated as a terror group. So anybody who is in power and go on to flush them out is doing the right thing. But Fulanis were offended. Even the current, leader of the zoo called Nigeria, Buhari, they were all offended. They made a pronouncement. They said that Jonathan is killing their brothers. And one of them made a threat. And I don't forget that threat. That by the time they are done with Biafra land, they are going to make sure that Biafra land become the most unsafest place. Just the way the North is. They said it, I heard it. And that is exactly what they have done. And that is what they are doing. And that is what they continue doing. And when I come back, I am going to explain to you I can understand the killing that is going on. But what I cannot understand is the ignorance of our people in the midst of that killing. And in case you don't understand what I'm saying, when I come back from break, I need to elaborate. I need to explain to you why it keeps making me upset. If we don't understand what is happening to us, how it is happening to us, trust me, it is not going to stop. It will continue in a different dimension. Fulani has played a fast one on us. Of course, in collaboration with the so-called people who we call brothers, the so-called people who we call our leaders. It is in collaboration. But then we are Biafrans. We are smarter than that. It has been said a lot of time, I beg your pardon, on this platform, Radio Biafra. The same thing that I'm about to tell you, the same thing that I'm going to re-emphasize. As a matter of fact, I've been talking about this like a broken record, and I'm not going to stop talking about it. If nobody believes me, it's fair enough, but at least let me be that voice in the wilderness. Because asina if we keep on playing ignorance to the devices of Fulanis, the killing continues. First of all, how do you arrest a situation? You need to find out what exactly is happening. And once you can identify what the problem is, it is called diagnosis. If you're a doctor, before you treat a patient, you diagnose them, and then you find out what the sickness is. You diagnose by sending them to go to lab, and when the lab test comes out, it will tell you what the sickness is. And once you are able to identify the sickness, what do? Then you commence. Treatment commence. You know the kind of medication you need to prescribe. If we are busy shouting, oh, Ebubagu is killing our youth, Ebubagu is killing our youth, in the morning, Ebubagu is killing our youth, in the evening, Ebubagu is killing our youth, then what? Then what? What are we doing about it? Do we know exactly who is killing our youth? That is the question I'm asking this evening. Do we know exactly who is killing our youth? It is important for you to know first who is killing your youth. Is this a question of Ebubagu, which some believe is made up of Biafran people, of course, that is killing our people? Are you telling me that Ebubagu that is killing our people are made up of Biafrans? This is where we lost it. I said this is where we lost it. We need to be fast. We need to think straight. I was listening to an interview, granted to this mischievous Ogu, or what do they call him? The guy that masterminded the killing in our member. The guy they say that he is the leader of Ebubagu. He's a Ebubagu commander. A lot of things said. I was listening to that interview. There is something I heard in that interview that actually confirmed what I've been saying all along. But before I go further, let me welcome you once again. My name is Mazi, and I welcome you to this great program this evening. Today, of course, the 27th day of July, 2022. And the time standing here at 12 minutes past 7. If you are listening from Biafra land, it will be the same minutes past the top of the hour. It's 6 p.m. Don't go away. I will be back after this.
Told us that Jesus died for us, for the black man still they suffer. The truth be said, Africa will rise at the right time, and the time we're waiting for
All right, welcome back. It is Radio Biafra, and of course, it is Motherland, and the legacy continues. And we're doing what we know how to do best. We're doing what Elohim have called us to do. And this is mine. And I believe you're doing yours because together we will always complement each other. You cannot do my own, and I cannot do your own. No overlapping. And in this struggle, no overtaking. Stay on your lane until you are called to help out. Then, of course, you can willingly come and do so. But for now, stay on your lane, because the captain is then assistant captain only comes in when called upon to help in some certain area, because if they become two captain, then it's going to be catastrophe up there in the air. All right, before I continue, let me say this. A lot of people have asked me, why are you no longer opening your lines? Now, I must tell you, it is not intentionally. I have a lot of issues with regards to my connectivities here in the studio, and it has been ongoing, and of course I am working towards it. I only open the line during my Friday's constructive argument because it is one person, and of course if you are listening to that program, most of the time you see how we struggle with the line and connection. But I must tell you, I am working on it, and before you know it, very soon everything will be sorted out. I miss talking to you Biafrans, I miss taking your calls, I miss listening to those intelligentsia from our people, and very soon we will reunite. So it's nothing of such that I don't want to take calls. Why wouldn't I want? That is what radio is all about. It's all about interaction, and I've always known that, and I've always done that, and soon we will do that. But this evening, I will try to see if I can open the line, and I don't know how it's going to work, but I will try opening the line and see, maybe it will work out somehow, but it is problematic, I can assure you. But of course, let me see if you still remembers our line. I will give out this number. Let's try and see if it works. Well, of course, we continue, but trust me, I'm working on it, and it will be back again soon. So my WhatsApp number is still the same, and it is +2 740 678 412 +2 740 678 412. For the last time, it is +2 740 678 412. That is my WhatsApp line. And of course, the Skype line, I don't know if my Skype will work. And of course, if my Skype line then works, it will be Radio Biafra SADC. That's it, Radio Biafra SADC. Radio Biafra is one word, and of course, Radio Biafra SADC. That has always been the Skype ID. Now, let me continue, because there are things I need to really explain to us. And like I said, I am not going to give in saying this. And I will continue. Like I said, if I am just one voice in the wilderness, so be it. This is my belief. This is my conviction. And of course, this is my investigation. And I have every evidence attached to it for what I'm saying. Now, the enemy wrote a script for us, and we are playing according to that script. What is the script that the enemy wrote for us? Ebubago is a script. And I'm going to be saying this. This is why Ebubago is still, let me call it Ebubago, by popular demand, because that's what everybody's saying now. This is why the so-called Ebubago is still killing our youth, because it was a script that was wrote by the enemy, and we are following it. The reason why that script was wrote is because they want to confuse us and confuse the whole world into thinking that Biafrans are killing each other. That the massacre in Biafra land somehow is being perpetrated by Biafrans. Because when you say Ebubago is an Igbo word, which means Ebubago means the glory of the lion, if I may call it that way. I'm sure there is other ways to explain it. It is an Igbo word. And the popular belief is that members of Ebubago are all Igbos. Are you listening? There is a popular belief, let me call it Biafrans then, because I'm saying Igbo because of the side of Biafra land where it's happening. But let's say the belief is that the members of Ebubago are all Biafrans. It was a script, and it makes me angry. It makes me mad each and every time I think about it. Now, I don't like to say this because he's full of arrogance or whatever. Let me talk about by education. Education are easy. And when you go higher, wanted the qualification, flaunt it. It is your qualification. School. So I don't really care what you think when I talk about, my speciality or my specialization. I'm a forensic investigator, for goodness sake. And I've been doing it almost 20 years now. Before I come out and talk about anything investigation-wise, I make sure I have investigated. I know what I'm talking about. And I have been vindicated for this Ebubago issue. I preached a message here which I said Ebubago decoded. When you decode something, it means you've now caught up with the act. Whatever it is that they are hiding, you have found out the truth about the matter. That is what I meant when I said Ebubago decoded. Why was I so much interested in that Ebubago issue? Because I knew it was a script written by the Fulanese. These people are so, well, let me not say they are so intelligent, but the Britain is advising them well. And when they do something, my goodness me, it looks like, they are genius. Fulani doesn't want to be seen in Biafra land killing Biafran youth. They want an alibi. What is an alibi? Something you can use to cover up. Something you can use to cover yourself. When they ask, you say, well, it is not us, it's them. They are killing each other. That was the plan of Fulani, and that is why before they came into Biafra land, they wrote a script. The script of Ebubago was written, and it was handed over to David Omahi. And I'm saying this, and I will continue to say it. And I will continue to say it because it is the truth, the whole truth. If you don't understand it, that is your problem. But I'm saying it because I know. The script of Ebubago was written, and it was given to Dave Omahi to perfect it. A promise was attached to it. If you can pull this off, you will be the president of the zoo. Because it's Igbo's time. The fool bought it. And he went ahead to convince the Southeast Governors Forum because he was the leader or the chairman of the Southeast Governors Forum. He sold that script to the governors and they bought it. Because of their jealousy and envy against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB, they used the word, let us use it to replace ESN. Because if we allow ESN, it will look like Nnamdi Kanu is in charge. He is now offering security to the whole of Biafra land. Let's counter him. That was what Omahi used. Because he knows an Igbo man. He knows our ego. He knows our envy. He knows our jealousy. And he played on it. Because he knows that once he mentions Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB, the other governors will jump up and say, yes, let's do it. Without even interrogating the project. This is how they bought Ebubago, Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB. They bought Ebubago without knowing that what they bought was a script. It was a recipe for disaster. And Fulani know what they are doing. The plan was, what I'm telling you right now and what I'm sharing with you is intelligence of a high class. It is an intelligence of a high class and you are welcome to investigate it. Trust me, if you can prove me wrong, come on Radio Biafra and shame me. I am telling you this thing 150%. As a matter of fact, somebody called me in South Africa. He's a very well-respected person here in South Africa. A very well, considered as an Igbo leader or whatever. He called me because I have had an argument with him about this whole Ebubago saga. And they say, no, nonsense. No, if I call Nnamdi Kanu, I call Eri. This thing poor. He called me last week, towards the end of last week. And when I went to see him, he said to me, hey, say again, one. But I will get to that. So when Umahi sold this script, I don't call it security. It's a script written by Fulani with the main plan, with the main master plan. They sold it. They asked Umahi. Umahi knew exactly what is going to happen. But the rest of the governors have no idea. For the rest of the governors, they are actually subscribing to a security outfit that will take over from ESN. And putting Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB on the side because of their hatred towards one of their own. The plan was that Ebubagu should be implemented. And when Ebubagu is implemented on the onset, members of Ebubagu then will be some Biafra youth. Of course, our youth, most of them are jobless. They need a job. And if you offer them jobs, some of them will go and do it because they are hungry without knowing that they are being used. So Biafran youth, they bought into it, most of them. They saw a khaki uniform for them and gave them some of these funny looking guns. Took a picture, Ebubagu has been launched. Immediately Ebubagu was launched, Fulani announced an operation in Biafra land. And I want you to listen and pay close attention. This is an intelligence that I'm sharing with you. They announced operation in Biafra land. Nobody knew what is happening or what they are planning. It was not just an ordinary operation. It is more like an occupation. It is an operation that they will go and they will not come back anytime soon. It is an operation that they will go and they will not be in a hurry to leave Biafra land. As a matter of fact, it will come to a point, none of you will know whether Fulani that came left. And as it's happening now, time have they left? Nobody knows. People are confused. And that was part of the plan. My goodness me, are these people genius or what? Somebody is talking to them. Somebody is actually training their brains, their dumb brain. They started moving in their tankers. They started moving in their machineries, armor personnel, into Biafra land. There were videos that went viral. People were seeing them passing the road into Olo, into all pass and asses of Biafra land. People were screaming, hey, Nakwenda Nibubata, hey, Nakwenda Nibubata. That is all we are hearing. And your so-called leaders and political elites, it was normal. It was normal. Go and hunt them down. Hunt the IPOB down. Hunt ESN down. Stupid people. They forgot that when Fulani proscribed IPOB, or rather, when Fulani got those fools we call leaders to proscribe IPOB, it was for a reason. The reason why they got our own people, our own leaders, our own so-called fathers to proscribe us is because they know the meaning of IPOB. Whereas the people that owns the name, now, I'm not talking about IPOBians as an organization. I'm talking about Biafrans as a whole, Biafra as a whole. They don't understand that IPOB is not about IPOB, the organization. IPOB simply means indigenous people of Biafra, indigenous persons of Biafra. If you are a Biafran, you are an IPOBians. Forget about your hatred about Nnamdi Kanu. It has nothing to do with only IPOB. It's a universal term. It is a universal acronym. It is an umbrella, for goodness sake, to describe a Biafran. So what Fulani is doing is that let's proscribe IPOB, that umbrella. Once we proscribe them, as a matter of fact, let's get their own people to proscribe them so that when we sell it to the USA, when we sell it to Britain, when we sell it to the United Nations, they will not argue with us. They will buy into it because their own people proscribe them. And the fools, the governors, lined up and prescribed their children, and including themselves, because they are also IPOB. And you tell me we are intelligent people. What kind of intelligence? The people you call fools, the people you call aboki, are more intelligent than you. They are using that your brain against you. You prescribe your children and yourself. Because even the person who is speaking, we hereby prescribe IPOB, is actually saying, I'm also involved because I am an indigenous person of Biafra. You wonder how foolish. You wonder how foolish we are. One of my learned colleagues said, Igbo amakatagi ihe wee mawa akpa nzuzu. Nzuzu wee wuzuo ha ahụ. Ha na-asụkwụzi asụkwụ. Ha amakatagi ihe wee mawa akpa nzuzu. Nzuzu were wuzuo ha ahụ. Ha wee na-asụkwụ asụkwụ. He made that proverb during the memorial service of Chief Dim Odumegwu here in South Africa. I never forget that. As a matter of fact, I saw him in court. I think it was on the 22nd in Boysen Magistrate Court. I looked at him, I smiled, I said, look at, he knows exactly what he's saying. We believe we're clever. We knows it all. We know everything. You know it all, and the people you call fool made you prescribe yourself. The day they were reading that thing, Omahi and the co, they also prescribed themselves because they are also indigenous persons of Biafra, Mokos, Ndiberibe. And this is how Ajuraka Ibuwai, you know. And what Fulani does is each and everything they do, they ensure no Jakaya Mego Jako no Meya. I don't know if you get it, it is called a perfect crime. It is called a perfect crime. That is what Fulani, you know, if you can take Fulanis to court now in this massacre going on in Biafra land, trust me, yes, you might find them guilty here and there, but overall, you will realize that they are not guilty in terms of the law. Because, let's say, Ebubago massacred people in our Memma. What are you going to say? Ebubago is a security outfit founded by Southeast governors of Biafra. So what has it got to do with Fulanese? I don't know if you get it. But the actual truth is that Ebubago is the Nigerian military. Biafrans, hear me this evening and stop playing the fool and stop playing along with their script. They are using our brain and it makes me mad. So when the so-called Ebubago security outfit was sold to the Igbo governors, I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but I will not stop talking about this Ebubago thing. Because each and every time I hear people talking Ebubago, I ask myself, do they really understand the mechanism, the makeup of Ebubago? Did they understand what Ebubago stands for? Do they really understand what Ebubago or how Ebubago come into play? Or because not what I hear Ebubago, then you conclude this is from our place. Ebubago is a script. Ebubago is a script. Ebubago have nothing to do with Biafrans. Ebubago is Fulanese metamorphosing into something that we thought that belongs to us and using it against us so that the whole world will see that we are killing each other. Because if on the first value, Ebubago was supposed to be a Biafran, Southeastern, you know. Obviously, the members should be our people too. So now you ask yourself, but why our people massacring our people? Does it make sense to you? I know our people can be all things, but there are things we don't do. Shedding of blood is not our thing. Shedding of blood is not our thing. This is where you would have catch a wake up. That shedding of blood is not our thing. We don't massacre. We don't kill our people in quantum. No matter how we have sold our soul to the devil, we don't go that far. You ask yourself, who is killing Biafran youth? Come on, wake up, Biafrans. Who is killing Biafran youth? So when Ebubago was formed, my goodness me, this makes me mad. You have no idea. When Ebubago was, formed, Southeast governor approved it. Everything, they give these boys small guns. Then there was an outcry. Remember, the military that moved into Biafra land was going house to house. Listen to this. Burning houses, killing people, abducting, raping. That was the modus operandi. Listen to this. This is how you catch a thief. Methodology. When a crime, let's say it's a serial killer, when you go to a crime scene, when a serial killer has killed somebody, what do? You check the modus operandi. How did this person, how was this person killed? Okay, the person was killed, the throat cut open, raped, all right? After raping, stripped naked. Now that is modus operandi. You write it down. You went to another crime scene. You ask yourself, how was this one raped? The person's throat slit open. The same modus operandi with the next one. Before you have gotten to 5 scene of crime, the same modus operandi. Do you know what the police do? They say, this is a serial killer. You don't just say a serial killer because somebody, 10 people has been raped and killed. No. There has to be typology, has to be the same. The killing has to be the same method. And of course, the DNA, the semen that is extracted from the woman's private part, analyzed in a laboratory, will prove that all the semen collected in all those scenes of crimes are the same thing. Then you can pronounce serial killer. They don't just come and say serial killer. No, you can't. No, you have to have the fact and the proof. So why am I saying this? Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because the military that moved into Biafra land was going house to house, burning down houses, killing people, abducting youth. And there was an outcry. IPOB started tweeting, IPOB started writing, and then of course our shameless political class, they don't have a choice, they join in, the leaders, everybody join in. What did the Fulani do? They realized this is it. This is the time now for us to make use of our script. What is that script? Ebubago. The Nigerian army began to metamorphose from military into Ebubago overnight. It's more like remove your military uniform, put on Ebubago uniform. Before you know it, they say they are moving away. Everything, it become a bit quiet. We say, okay, they have left. Now, the question is, did you see when they were moving away, the same armored cars, the same artillery they came with? Do you see when it was going back to the north? The answer is no. It never left Biafra land. It is still there. The same military men that came, they never left Biafra land. They metamorphosed overnight into Ebubago. They dissolved overnight into Ebubago. And that's why I preached that message. And I said, Ebubago decoded, because I realized through my investigation that this is the same military, the same janjaweed that have melted into Ebubago, using what you know to kill you. And immediately they melted into Ebubago. They continued the same modus operandi. And what we never ask ourselves is, has the killing method changed? Answer is no. Answer is no. They started burning. They say Ebubago went to this place. They burn down houses, blah, 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 blah. They kill people. They abducted. The same modus operandi Nigerian military was using, which should have told you very easily that this is a question of the same modus operandi and is the same people. They took over Ebubago and began to massacre. What is the agenda? What is the agenda? Cut down the population of their youth. Cut down the population of their youth. Weaken them so that eventually when the onslaught will happen, there will not be enough youth. Put fears into their eyes. As a matter of fact, most of Biafran youth are scared. They have run away from home. Go to Olo, where I come from. There are no more youth in Olo. Everybody's running away for their life. And that is the agenda. And they are succeeding. Although it's more like a ghost town. I know my brother who is a medical doctor called me and said my practice is suffering because although he's dead business-wise, wherever they go, they slaughter the youth gradually. Remember I told you about systematic extermination. Systematic extermination. It doesn't matter. Kill them one, kill them two. It's fair, it's fine. Because Fulanis are the most patient people on earth. They don't care. Even though you people keep saying you are 70 million. Yes, go and count again. Go and count again and see how many is our population. It is going down day by day. We don't know because you don't understand. If you understand, then you will know. Fulanis are so smart. The way they approach this, they are so smart. I give it to them. Because even till today, people are still fighting me. Why are you saying is the army is the Bubago? Oh. Then, voila. This guy they call Ogu, in his interview, I want you to go and listen to that what guy said. I don't believe in all the things he said because he's lying, but it's something he said. He said that most of the members of Ebubago are not Igbos, that they are people from the north. He didn't mention military, but he said they are not our people. They are from north. They are from somewhere else. Doesn't that connect? Doesn't it connect the dots to what I'm telling you? That Ebubago is Nigerian military, metamorphosed from military into Ebubago. And that is the script. And the more you talk about Ebubago, you are helping them. You are actually covering them. And they are so happy because the script is working. There was an announcement, I think it was a few months ago, I think it's an army major or whatever, was talking about operation. He said that the Nigerian military will be going house to house in Biafra land. If they come to your house and then you have a gun, blah, 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 they will kidnap the young men there. He mentioned young men. Now the question is, did that commence? You will say no to me. Yeah, you will tell me no. But that is not it. The people doing that job are already on the ground. Some people are waiting for them to shift in the so-called army, military, that will go house to house. No, they don't have to. They have the men on the ground already. They have the foot soldiers. Those so-called Ebubago are the military. They will do that job, not the military. If you're waiting for the military to come to your home, you will not see any. They will come in disguise as a Bubago. So, Biafrans, we need to wake up. We are fast asleep. Trust me, we are fast asleep. The most important thing is for you to know where it all started. The most important thing is to know who is killing you. It will help a great deal. But if we keep on with this narrative, Ebubago, 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 without knowing the background and the whole makeup of this script called Ebubago, the killing continues. As an old tele, yala. It will not go, it will continue, it will be there. They are killing us. They are killing us. They are reducing our population. Our youth are going. The men of tomorrow, the soldiers of Biafra, they are going. They are killing us. And the script they came with is perfect. And we are looking like Mumu because we don't understand what's going on. We are so confused. Ebubago, Ebubago. And the more I hear that word, it keeps on turning my brain because the enemy has won in terms of selling a script to us, and we are playing according to their script. I'm going to leave it here. And of course, I will never stop. I will never stop. I will keep on talking about it. Thank God, at least I have been vindicated. You know, it doesn't matter who vindicated me. The bottom line is at least somebody sounding that same story. You can call it anything you want. The bottom line is the Nigerian military are the ones killing our youth too, using Ebubago as a script. And as soon as we know that, as soon as we learn that, trust me, it is going to help us a lot deal. I'm going to stop here. And of course, I will work on our lines and our connectivity like I promised. And of course, when I come back sometime next week, we should be up and running. And then, of course, by the grace and mercy of Chukwu Okike Abiama, I will be able to have an open line once again and begin to take your calls. If there is anything I would love to do, it is to communicate and interact with Biafrans. I've preached the news. I've preached the gospel. I've preached this again. And heaven would bear me witness that I did preach it. I know in 2019 I spoke about Biafrans, a people marked for systematic extermination. It sounds like a fairy tale. Today, the extermination has commenced in full force. They started with one people, killed 2 in Bo, killed 3 in Iguacha, killed 2 in Aba, but today they have boldened their steps and they're killing us now in mass. If anybody ever told you that 15 will be killed at once in Biafra land, would you ever believe that? But it's happening. And this is just the beginning if we don't do something as soon as possible. And what do? We need to understand. Even the Bible said, for we are not ignorant of the devices of the enemy. Are you listening? For we are not ignorant of the devices of the enemy. Once you become ignorant of the devices of the enemy, sorry. But when you know how the enemy operates, it will help you to know how to protect yourself, how to enforce your security. Very, very important. If you are waiting for the so-called elders, the so-called political elites, to protect you, Biafrans, then, my goodness me, in the next 5 years, we will not have a youth in Biafra land. They are chasing away our youth. And once our youth are all gone, they will start raping our sisters and begin to infiltrate us, producing all these unwanted children in our land. First of all, they need to chase away our youth. And it's working. Our youth are running away. Moyagawa Enugu, Moyagawa Port Harcourt. Our youth are leaving Biafra land. So who are the keepers of the gates? ESN is keeping our bushes, remember. But who is keeping our land? Who is keeping our homes? The so-called youth that are the keepers of our homes. They are fleeing. And you're not going to blame them. Nobody wants to die, unfortunately. May God help us. May God help Biafra. And may God hasten the release of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, unconditionally. From me, from here. Before I go, as a matter of fact, on Friday, I will be having a powerful, constructive argument. If you are somebody who loves history, please don't fail to tune in on Friday, 5:30 Biafra land time. I will be having Dr. Okachi Lewis. Dr. Okachi Lewis is a medical doctor. He's a lot of things. I don't even know where to start to introduce him, but he knows his history. For those of you who heard our exhibition here in Johannesburg, he was one of our speaker, in that exhibition. He will be coming up. Of course, the time might not even be enough for him, but please, even if it's an hour that he's going to lecture Biafrans, for those of you who need to know what happens to us in the past, please tune in, because if you know your history, you will know where you are going to. And of course, that is from late Bob Marley. All right. From me, from here, it is goodbye.
We have to come to the conclusion that there are no extenuating circumstances. You have been found guilty on all charges. Is there something you could tell the court before pronouncement of your sentence?
All we want is freedom. That's all we want. Freedom. Freedom for children to learn. Freedom for men to work. For mothers to love. For a nation to grow. That's all we want. Equality. For everyone. just one of many. A foot soldier. There will be many, many more to follow. So, there is no court of law, no police force, no army that will stop the tide of revolution from turning. There is no punishment that you can lay out in this court. No law your government can pass that will kill the will of the people. Because we will fight. We will continue to fight until all our people are free. And maybe we can even free you from yourselves. So you can hate us, degrade us, torture us, and kill us. But we will fight. And we will be free. One day, we will be free. Amanda! Amanda!
Solomon Kalushi Mashlango. You are hereby sentenced to death. You will be taken to Pretoria Central Prison on a date to be set, and you will be hanged by your neck until you die.
It's M. Josh on the beat.
It's time to break loose from the chains. It's time for our freedom. Africa. Cause we can never let them negotiate our freedom. No. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for the black man still they suffer. The truth be said, Africa will rise at the right time, and the time we're waiting for is right now. No one can hold the truth for a long time. Oh no. So stay awake. The sun is risen from the east, and the Messiah you're waiting is right here. And no one is gonna try to stop that. I can hear a great call for justice. Freedom, let the sun rise. Freedom for Biafra. Freedom, free Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, song of salvation. Freedom, let Africa rise. Freedom for Biafra. Freedom, free Nnamdi Kanu. For self-determination is celebrated. Black man seeking for self-determination is the separatist and the terrorist. Yeah. When they jail a black freedom fighter, they jail self-determination. Is that a crime? Oh no. Don't I have rights to live? Don't I have rights to express myself? Don't I have rights to speak? Can't I complain if I'm marginalized? There's genocide in the land that nobody even cared about. Even when I try to speak, my voice is muted every time. I'm like a slave in my land, I can't take it anymore. I hope the world is listening to my plight. I can hear a great call for justice. Freedom, let the sun rise. Freedom for Biafra. Freedom, free Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, the song of salvation. Freedom, let Africa rise. Freedom for Biafra. Freedom, free Nnamdi Kanu. Free Nnamdi Kanu. Freedom for Biafra. Oh, 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 oh. Free Nnamdi Kanu. Freedom Africa.
For Japan's then cause I know my rules. I know fit lose, stand up for them. I'm unstoppable, my people unstoppable. We keep on moving forward. We keep on grinding, grinding. Oh, oh, yeah. Freedom for my people. Freedom. Freedom for my nation. Freedom. Free Mazi and the Kanu. Freedom. Freedom for my people. Freedom. We have gone a long way. No going back. Oh. We are too big to fall. No, 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 no. Nothing fit to stop us. My people demand freedom. Should be a crime. Should be a crime to ask for your right. Ask for your right. I will take it, let me know. No, oh. We know they do the same thing. We know they go the same way. We don't carry this same language for matter. Free me, make I do my thing. Freedom for my people. Freedom. Freedom for my nation. Freedom. Free Mazi and the Kanu. Freedom. Freedom for my people. Freedom. No, 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 no. Ooh, oh. Yeah, 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 yeah. We don't pay for the struggle. Yeah. So many people don't go there for the struggle. It's hard time to get our right. All we have for our freedom, we can never, never stop. Biafra is a spirit. Let me soon away the flag. Freedom for my people. Freedom. Freedom for my nation. Freedom. Free Mazi and the Kanu. Freedom. Freedom for my people. Freedom.
My people, listen. I am that I am. I will bless whoever blessed you, and I will curse whoever cursed you. war against the kingdom of darkness that stands against God's people of Biafra. The more you try to stop us on this united movement, the more we unite with more great people, and more real brave people keep multiplying up. Revolutionary blast the Babylonians, for the Biafrans came from Israelite. Tell us how this Ababa came from. Destroy the invention. Make sure you destroy every being that stands as destruction, obstruction. Damn the demon incarnate hiding under the umbrella of American and British world power. The blasphemous. Babylonian surprise how we survived the strike of 1967. Bomb bullet the project. It's hardcore Biafran striving for heaven with psychological object. You can't stop the revolutionary strive to meet your life from generation to generation just to fly. But we bring you down with the Biafran necktie. Testify, bonify, 45 Biafra rose with the tools to blow. We've beyond perspective point consuming so many history books. As the years took for us to trace the truth to the roots, they used to roost the home of the brave. Cause we were blinded with white men lies they imposed on our region. We were civilized with the Jewish religion before the white men disease came to Black Gold Kingdom. With their demons they chain our freedom. We took fortitude for all the pains we passed through the era of slavery to date bondage. General Dumegu Dike Ojukwu, greatest in charge of all time, retired but never get tired of the struggle he took. Prophet Nnamdi is anointed with the struggle, more nothing to lose. Let the era of IPO be burned till they're all gone to see them no more. Back in the days when I was blind like you, struggling for better days hope. Used to hide from cops to smoke in the cemetery with my infantry friend dying in conspiracy insurgency. Now time is necessary to pray with my brethren in the territory, for the nation of Biafra must be restored. For our enemies don't deserve the love, for so many scores execute raw. The only language Ishmael lineage understood is shedding of blood. Soon the angels saw we descend on Babylonia, and the arena of bastard saboteurs trying to be heroes, but they're going down zeros. IPO became with unused skills, broke the code on the globe like virus on control. You don't even know we spoke and poke out your indigenous people already say no to ethanol and tobacco. White men blood, our soul have reconciled with our God for the Biafran exodus. For IPOB don't go for illegal money when their brothers' eye closed like those hanging out late night like ghosts with useless hope, waiting for brown envelope to kiss your brother's souls. Like when the Biafran fighting Cold War, white Britain shipping Biafran black gold. Or Juanes indeed, but mine is dynamic. You will never know who love you the most, and that's why many made wrong choice when presenting them roads. We are untouchable, unstoppable, unseparable folks. We must cross to our promised land of blessing and riches. You can die, rest in pieces, you snitches. Saved by the indigenous witches, for we got a key. Time has come that the land soil will reject you all and your dead bodies. We believe on nobody but Tetragrammaton. For this is the end of Islamic Zoological Republic of Nigeria. It's become the throne of demons since the amalgamation. All the families have soldier up on the Papa Green land, on Black Boot and Touche. Don't use skill soldier up ever ready to go. For they've wake up dead people from sleep of no return till we get it done. Like a revenge of America of September 11, when God of Israel had a departed soul petition from heaven. So shall he digest it through the hardcore Biafran squad.
The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. No good day. Calling on the global world. The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. No good day. Calling on the global world. Make way for Biafra.
We suffer multicultural slavery, full ownership to the new world. Britain came in, the game changed, more horrible. Introducing Biafra to ethanol, alcohol, damaged by the system, and tobacco, nicotine causing cancer. Biafra nation was established by Lord Afra, 8500 BC. And Britain came in, destroy our ecosystem king. Lord Lugard for kill our fathers to amalgamate us with Nigeria contraction to be Muslim since 1914. 1929, killing of Aba women riot. For so long they have been killing Biafrans till date. Britain brought MSTX to deceive. All they done for us don't to trace our origin back. They don't give a fuck about our hurt, rather value Biafran world. Don't bomb babies were beheaded, lynched in the street, set ablaze in their homes. Children taken from school and executed with impunity. And guests were taken from their schools to leprosy. And other people with other diseases keep raping them. Beheaded pregnant women were chipped to death, and their unborn babies taken out of their stomach and killed as well. Men and children of all ages youths were thrown into the well of less bread, steady screaming, crying for help, but the rest of the world act deaf. The British and Nigerian government feel up dead to 40 food with heavy stones. Some were forced to eat fishes and drink urine with no hope. They bombed civilians in the hospitals, markets, churches, and at their homes. Biafra homeland became a rain of skulls and bones. The ever worst war crime in the whole world after the Jewish Holocaust. Still, the blood wasn't enough for the beast warmongers. British sent troops with warplane mortars, grenades, executing innocent blood of Ayakarom in brutal council. Currently, 4 weeks Buhari inaugurated. He used helicopter and napalm bomb Akwa Ibom coast using AK-47 war guns, shooting Calabar people in the night. All Nigerian armed forces execute IPOB in Aba, in Oiwacha, in Onitsha, main bridge in Nkpo. Abakaliki, Dormant land never be exceptional. They harass and execute many communities in Enugu. 30th May Memorial Day of Fallen Heroes, turn bloody. They broke into the churches with no respect to God. Start arresting, executing people, raping Biafra women. Using Boko Haram trained by Saudi Arabia among their 84 terrorist group. And America did nothing at all. So many unforgiving sin till thy kingdom come. We will never forget this till thy kingdom come. For the properties the states giving us 20 pounds. After warfare, for the welfare of our world, they ripped in pieces. Sending us to open new market in the forest with 20 pounds. Now you call it Alaba International Market. An updated Britain who were past and present against Biafra seceded. Now fought and gotten India succeed from European Union. America said who support freedom of speech only on the lips to black people. Biafran came looking for freedom. We realized America and Britain kingdom are ruled by incarnates of demons. No surprise American give the logic to those behind the scopic who make the mechanic plot execution of skulls of 1967 unique people. I know many won't understand it, like magic from aquatic. Take and listen to one of my speech brethren, or make it so fair. Stop corporate news lying to you and your children. Do you ever told how Islam came into existence? Do you ever thought how Islam came into the place you were living? Do your memory ever reconnect to how your grandfather's religion was raised? Execute many black skulls before imposing Islam into African region. Out of fear, many souls were submissive to Islam religion. So many souls Muslim rule. Got people real fool about the inferior system, Islam religion. It's ever lie told before that Islam is a peaceful religion. This is a paradox they use to cripple Turkey and to see Africa as a land of monkey to mockery. My papa told me Biafran story, so shall I tell my unborn kids about the worry. Watching Biafra documentary issue, reminiscing tears as the years took. Ever gone, it's over if you don't believe worship Tetra Grammaton. You don't deserve to sleep with Biafra Kakadonis. For the Biafran till we're gone. Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you do too late? Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you do too late? Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you do too late? Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you do too late?
The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. Hey, no good day. Only on the global world. The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. Hey, no good day. Calling on the global world. Make way for Biafra.
I know I can't speak like you all, but you all understand me well. For the black people hemisphere, you talk in the red, and you sleep comfortable on bed. Soon the reward of death will visit you all from hell. For the petition of people you sent to the grave, have answered by God of the braves. Caught you all of a worry bird memory of imperialism, slaverism, colonialism, religion, terrorism. Ever since the end of Biafran defense war, agreement was made, no victor, no vanquish. Promises was made for Nigerians to build infrastructure and rehabilitation for Biafrans. But when Biafran came for pledge redemption, Nigerian government gone. This picture is never wrong. They don't want us to live on. They thought all the hard cores are dead gone, but they get it wrong. Nnamdi Kanu overthrown the white and black men dragon with 50 million resurrected hardcore Biafrans with machine guns. Testify ready to die even to keep the bullet fly. For we have born raised in the bomb era, condemned by the Catholic Church. We understood the mystery behind such, but to rather unite IPOB remain much for our souls sold not for gold. For so long constantly searching searching for knowledge from a distance. Instantly wisdom was there before civilization came into existence. You can reason up the circumstance why Biafran from ages always stand famed for resistance. Through our system of transistence persistence, even though most of us locked up in the cage like Roman Empire details before technology came to mankind knowledge. The Roman Empire under Illuminati one goal, stole God religion and painted it illusional, made people wallowing in the bloody satanic ocean of fire. So much unwaste damages to date. Nobody give a fuck about protecting my race, so I hold on with AK on the revolution face to bring down the disgrace. For we going to school to be nobody's slave. They want us to keep it living in dark life. Look around, poor healthcare, no warfare, always warfare against us and hemisphere. What unfair, people get disappeared, and the mouthpiece of the sea are living in fear. The rest acting deaf ear on our bloody tears. Our politicians dress us each time they execute our blood with euphemism speech. They have sunk our organic hemisphere with the human blood and destroy our aquatic species with chemicals entitled with aftermath of getting cancer. And our chieftains and elders are blind, telling us to listen to the saga. Conspiracy going on and laid by the inventories. They infiltrate for us to go for war instantly, with none of the children serving in infantry. Religious war is the reason primarily. African territory has become cemetery for terrorism. We are Muslim executing innocent Christians and Jewish mercilessly. And American power did nothing to Saudi Arabia of sponsoring and supporting 84 terrorist group in the era of 24th century. Only sanctioning Russia for Western power to get easy access to all and beyond former USSR geographical territory under their control watch. But we bring the truth out to our people who are still blind of the search, like during the expository essay of the Holocaust of the Jewish. And if you stand in my way of getting freedom through, my tools will blast you so hard it will get next bastard. Beautiful next to you trying to screw. And I salute on my loyal black boot to my Biafran revolution crew, standing with my symbolic flag. We Biafran build America. Now people who doesn't know how the basic foundation of United States of America, they migrated from different parts of universal base, enjoying our labor and our sweat faces. And origin people who build Americans still suffering today. Only option left for us is death. But I promise my Biafran pillars to deliver no shiver till they stop calling us niggas. Look how you treating my people is too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people is too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people is too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people is too bad. Why you really acting like you too late?
The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. Hey, no good day. Only on the global world. The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. Hey, no good day. Only on the global world. Make way for Biafra.
Biafra's struggle can never be unrewarded struggle. Remember, after rain, there comes sunshine. I remember for every dark night, there is a bright day after that. So it's afternoon now, but I say good morning to my Biafrans. The sun has risen and shining where there is no light, and that's the symbolic meaning of the sun appearance in the Biafran flag. Do remember, danger is real, but fear is the choice. But don't be victim of kingdom that will never last your freedom. Receive Western education just to know the basics. No mortal can change the past, and no mortal can make the future. You are just an instrument to be used by the Universal King. Remember, just like you have the power to manufacture and control minimum and maximum seconds under your wristwatch. There is someone above your origin, creates and has dominion over you and your strange functional and sectional object you made. So life never comes by chance, it goes to you, a taste. So remain resolute, because when comes confusion, reality becomes illusion. Letter to my Biafrans. The best African revolution ever strategized is the Biafran, one of the world top first-class revolution ever exemplifying the history of mankind, ever known to a standing man. Politics and corruption on the hip-hop industry silent my speech, but Biafra brought back my voice to strike and project on the psychological object. So why trying to blame us? So many lies was told to our brothers and sisters that were sold out to slavery. But I'm here to delegate the truth at the time. We did not land on the white man Plymouth land, but white men landed on black people Plymouth land. So what I'm saying is, we on our own when the white man disease came into our existence, used and ruined so many souls of the black people. But Biafrans are here one more time to restore the real nomenclature of the real mechanism or framework of the true worship of Yahweh, Chukwokika Abiyama. On this revolution project with no mind to accept evolution anymore. This is not voluntary, but it's mandatory only if you realize who you are and what you are as human being. I think no need to tell the rest of the world that we are blessed with the best. So I have sacrificed my life, Biafra or dead. Biafra! What? Fuck all y'all! It's time to go home, brothers and sisters. Biafra, crack the dawn is signing out. Signing out.
You hear on radio Biafra is the gospel truth.
I had a voice right in the air, sounding like a thunder, calling for my freedom. Yeah, now I conquer. I had a voice right.
Good evening, great Biafrans, wonderful people and beautiful people. I welcome you this evening once again. This is Radio Biafra. It is Hello Motherland. And of course, today is a Friday like none other, because each and every time we come out to do this job, each and every time we come out to proclaim that Biafra is the kingdom of God on this planet they call Earth, it lightens up our mood. We are so happy because it is a privilege. It is an opportunity, a privilege which some of us may not have. But we are so privileged, it is not funny that we are seen worthy to be among this greatest family in the whole wide world. And I'm talking about the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Okwaponono. If you make a discussion and IPOB is not mentioned, then of course you are not in tune with reality. IPOB is a word, or should I say an acronym, that has been mentioned more than 1,000 times in a week or even in a day, because everywhere you go, it is IPOB, ESN, and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And once you have spoken these three words, then you have spoken noble, because everybody wants to know. This is what they ask you if you belong in this noble family. And what can I say? May Elohim bless our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the man who have called all of us out, the man who made the call. And we heard the voice on the Radio Biafra. That voice is the voice of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That voice called us and we concurred with what he was preaching, and we answered the call. It's more like an altar call, like those who goes to Pentecostal church. You will bear me witness when the man of God has preached his gospel and he called for an altar call. People will give their life to Christ. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu preached the gospel on Radio Biafra. My goodness me. After preaching the word, he made an altar call. We concurred with the word that he preached. We listened, we believe, and we answered the altar call. Biafra. My goodness me. We answered the altar call, and that is why each and every one of us is here today and are members of the indigenous people of Biafra, the greatest mass freedom fighting movement in this, or rather on this planet Earth, or this planet they call Earth. There is none other in comparison with IPOB, but none. We are mass. We are a monster. My goodness me. And this is why I take delight. Initially, when we came out, they used to laugh at us. People used to make fun of you because you're an IPOB member. When you wear your IPOB regalia, they will reduce you to a laughing stock. But this day, today, IPOB is a fashion. When you walk past a street, people will ask you, because IPOB is a brand. They are doing whatever possible to bring us down, or to disunite us, or to dislodge us, or to dislocate us. My goodness me. It is not today that the infiltrators has been doing their worst. But we are still standing because this great mass movement was founded on the truth that is Elohim. And that is why we say that we are whiter than white and whiter than snow. If you are a pretender, if you are here for ulterior motive, my goodness me, the oath that you took will find you. And when that oath locates you, you are a goner. And this is why I'm so happy this evening to welcome you to yet another great edition of Constructive Argument with Mazi JP on Radio Biafra. Radio Biafra, the best. Radio Biafra, the first. Radio Biafra, the last. Radio Biafra, Banon. They tried to hijack Radio Biafra, but they've forgotten that Radio Biafra was Aroshe. How do you hijack Aroshe? And Ebu Arishi Ebu, and Ebu Alebu. They tried. And they discovered that Radio Biafra Bobuni Igwe Biafra Alagi Ebu Ebu Gibru Yawan no Ebu Anye Dandayani Buogi. It's as simple as that. Therefore, permit me to welcome you once again this evening. It is indeed going to be a powerful one. My goodness me. The man that I have today on the horse seat, the man that I'm going to allow him to introduce himself when we might have prayed. I will allow him to do so because his names and titles is so much that if I start to introduce him, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's nona adimma ka onye obula waraka ya megini poronya kamo. And this evening I will allow the good doctor to introduce himself. Waraka ya poronya kamo. He is a man that knows his history. If you are lost in terms of your history, if you are lost and you want to know, or rather you want to found yourself, today is the day. This evening is the evening. He is indeed a man of great knowledge in IPOB. Trust me when I tell you. And that is why I have been playing this old school. My goodness me. For those who has been around, for those who know what's up. All right, so let's leave it there. My goodness me. All right, our time is fast spent and we need to get into it because I don't want to keep the good doctor waiting. And before we do that, before I invite my guest this evening, permit me to welcome you once again. If you are only joining us right now, my goodness me, it is Radio Biafra, and I tell you, for those who are new on this platform, for those who are joining us only today, and they are wondering what is happening and what is the occasion, take a listen. This is why we are here. This is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Onoha. Bring your argument, and we've got the solution. Constructive Argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra. We've got you covered. Trust me when I tell you we've got you covered. It is Radio Biafra. We are everywhere. I said we are everywhere. We cover every nooks and corner in Biafra land. We saturate the whole of Biafra land. This is what we do, and this is how we do it. And in case if you don't have your IPOB community radio app, you've not downloaded it, where have you been? People are going past you. Make haste, go to your app store and download IPOB Community Radio. My goodness me, because we are the first and the last. Get it online on your mobile. This is IPOB Community Radio. Radio Biafra, the first and the last. That's right. Radio Biafra is the first and the last. Forget about all this rubbish, all this junk. Enter this, enter that, enter Gota. Where then they come out. They never see the better thing. Biafra, something that has been there time immemorial. And Radio Biafra, Waroshi Biafra, Radio Biafra, Obuniwe. My goodness me. All right, without wasting time, once again, my name's Mazi Kechuku. Onoha, they call me Ononebu Ekuru Biafra. Some call me Professor of Law, Professor of Investigation and Forensic on Radio Biafra. My goodness me, they call me all this name because I preach the good news. I preach the restoration of the kingdom of Chukwu Kikabiama on this planet they call Earth. That kingdom is Biafra. We must continue because we are unstoppable. It doesn't matter what they do. At the end, we always win. They say that United Nations will never pronounce a matter pertaining to Biafra. What is happening? At the end, we always win. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu went to the USA, to the World Igbo Congress a couple of years back, he was mocked. They laughed at him. He told them what he needed. At the end, World Igbo Congress called him and said, Anye kwela olehi choro. At the end, we always win. We told them we want Biafra, and they said Nigeria is indivisible. But trust me when I tell you, at the end, we must win. They are going to divide Nigeria. Not even one part. They are going to divide Nigeria into pieces like the old USSR. Do you know why? Because at the end, we always win. And this we pray in the name of Chukwu Kikabiama. Ise. This is motherland. All right, it is motherland, and of course, it is constructive argument here on Radio Biafra. My name is once again Mazi Kechukwanoha. Today is the 29th day of July, 2022, the year of our Lord, the year that Chukwu Kikabiama have made. The time standing here at 13 minutes past 7 p.m. in the evening. Am I happy or am I excited or what? I am happy, I am excited. What is the occasion? Because I am talking Biafra. It is not everybody that have the opportunity, the privilege to talk to Biafra. I consider myself the most privileged of them all. I consider myself very, very opportune for me to be sitting here on this platform they call Radio Biafra, talking to millions of Biafrans all around the world, those in diaspora, those in motherland Biafra. It is a privilege, one that I cherish, one that I will continue to cherish for the rest of my life. I will serve my people to the best of my knowledge, to the best of my ability. You might not agree with me in everything, but there is something we have in common. We all want Biafra. At least that settles it all. All right, without wasting time, we must proceed. We must continue, and I need to call up my guest this evening. It is constructive argument. Trust me, we hit below the belt. All right. Good evening, sir, and welcome to this great show. It is Radio Biafra, and this is Constructive Arguments. Welcome, sir.
Good evening.
All right, sir, without wasting time, we are going to proceed. But before we do so, please help me introduce yourself the explanation is too much. The profile is very intimidating. So when I can get Boronya Kamo, Biafrans are listening. Go ahead.
Mazi, I know I don't know where to begin.
It's up to you.
It's like when they're giving all these big names, you look around and see if they're talking about you.
Thank you very much.
I greet you all, fellow Biafrans and lovers of freedom. Before I open my mouth, I would say, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my redeemer. My name is Justice Onyemuchechuku Akujobi Ukachi Lois. I'm a medical doctor trained and specialized in trauma and orthopedics. I survived the Biafran War as a child. I was privileged to come to UK in 1970 after the war. I'm also an ordained bishop. I was a former UK coordinator, IPUB. I'm currently involved in the medical corps and also the Biafran education, awareness, dissemination, where we try to use the knowledge which is literally scattered throughout the world about Biafra, but putting them into a thread, a bead, they turn them into pearls of wisdom, which enable us to restore Biafra because knowledge is power. I'm also part of the Council of Leaders and the Education Department of Igbo community. So without further ado, I've come to share with you what little knowledge I have, and we're still gaining more about what this Biafra is about. And when I heard about Nnamdi Kanu, I realized we found somebody who is genuine, who wants Biafra to be restored, who understands what's at stake, and I give him my wholehearted support. What he brought to the table was tremendous courage. And you know, courage is contagious. And through his courage, we can all therefore develop our individual courage. And you know what the Lord said to Joshua? Cease, do not fear, be courageous, for I am with you. So our prayer is that our Heavenly Father will be with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because he's sacrificed a lot and is committed to the freedom, not only of his people, but also of his enemies. So I'm here to do what I can to share knowledge about Biafra because experientially, as a child, I remember being bombed, I remember being shelled, I remember lining up in the refugee camp, and so on. So I have a first-hand experience, but I've also managed to try to understand what the whole thing was about so that I can share the knowledge with other people. So, Mazi,
yes.
I don't know where to, if you want me to add any more.
All right. Mazi, I think you have done justice to that, I must tell you. Now, the stage is set. The whole world is listening. Talk to me about Biafra. I have my pen, I have my paper ready, and I'm ready to learn. Let's go.
Okay. Biafra basically is the last resort. Because what the Juku said, if you cross this line, you are safe. So Biafra is about security, about safety, if someone said they're going to look after you, and they fail to look after you, by an agreement, the government is supposed to look after its citizens, protecting their lives and their properties. In 1966, Nigeria as a country failed people of the eastern region. Now, it didn't matter whether they were Igbo, Ibibio, Efik, Ndoki, Ejo, Ogoja, Ogoni. It mattered not. Once you're from eastern region, you were not safe in Nigeria. So they returned and rushed back to the part they thought was their own country, their own villages, their own farms. And they thought they were safe. Lo and behold, the people who are chasing them from the north, from the west, came back and attacked them in their own land and tried, with the help of superpowers, to wipe them out from the face of this earth. Nobody has gone through that suffering will forget it. It doesn't matter how long it takes. Biafra will be restored because Nigeria crossed the line. The world wanted Biafrans to return back to Nigeria. Biafrans said, what about our security? Because we are better at looking after ourselves than anyone else. The UN said, no, it's territorial integrity. Britain said, the Igbos have to protect it in the context of Nigerian unity. But they failed to guarantee that unity. And 50 years plus later, we're still being killed. As I speak to you, we're still being killed. You're not safe. Some are languishing in prison. Some are having the organs harvested. Women are being raped. Their farms are not safe. So where do we begin? So for the sake of our people, because if you're not informed, I'm told you'll be deformed. We need to go back to the basics and try to understand how Biafra came about and why it's indestructible. Okay, so I don't know if you want me to begin from the beginning, as it were. How did we find ourselves in Nigeria? And how do we get out? And that is really what I've come to talk to you about. May I proceed?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Right. We find ourselves in Nigeria because Britain devised a country and called it Nigeria. Basically, they invaded people on the coast, conquered them, and beheaded some of their leaders who resisted this conquest and held them to the territory. So that Calabar was the regional capital from the eastern region. And then they moved on to Lagos, bombarded it, and seized Lagos. So they had the south, and they call it protectorate. They then went up to the north and met the northern army that were actually forcing themselves down to conquer the whole of the territory. And because the British had Gatling guns are machine guns. So they were able to resist and defeat the Emir-led northern forces. Now, let me just step there. So when they defeated the north, they have a vast territory which they could not have enough manpower to control without recruiting those who actually ruling the country. So we're talking around 1914. So what they did was to try and make sure that this vast territory they've conquered is administered. They decided to join the south and the north and they called it an amalgamation. Okay. This amalgamation, 1914, had some precedent. They said, what we have to do is that after 100 years, the people who have been amalgamated can decide whether they're going to carry on living together or go their separate ways. So we have a North-South join for economic convenience. So you can run a vast territory whilst you didn't have the money in your treasury to do so. So it was a skillful administration from the British. They deliberately joined those who are incompatible, meaning that when they conquered the South, the missionaries moved in and they were able to learn the European way and what they call modernity, how you run trains, telephones, post offices, and so on. But in the North, because of the arrangement when they conquered the North, the Northerners said they do not want modernity. They want Islamic way of running things. Therefore, they resisted missionaries advancing into the core North. Okay. So as a result, there was an imbalance because in the South, you had approximately something like 841 secondary schools, whilst in the North, they managed to have about 40. Now, so as a result, people coming out for the first time from schools and colleges, predominantly most of them were from the South. So they had to go and do the British work, what they call the civil servant works, the modernity I was talking about earlier on, run the trains, transport, post office, and so on. You have to be able to read and write to be able to do that. Now, I'm not saying for 1 minute that the Northerners couldn't read or write. It's just that the situation precluded a vast majority of them from going to school. They're Africans like you and I. Given the opportunity, they have the same talent and brain, but there was an imposition on them in that they were not allowed other than Islamic way of doing things. So that created some gaps between North and South. Now, before I go further in that line, let me tell you how the British conquered the North. The Northerners had the invasion through Islamic jihad from the people of Fulani origin, who were the Emir. They conquered the indigenous tribes, which are the Hausas. Okay? So Fulani is the name, is the name that the Hausa gave this tribe that came to conquer them. They're not Fulani. Fulani is a Hausa name. Okay? So the issue was that the Fulanis, they came with the religion of Islam. They Islamized the whole of northern Nigeria. Of course, there was resistance in the northeast, the current Borneo area. They were fighting each other. But vast majority of the northern area was conquered by the Islamic Jihad, which was led by Usman Dan Fodio. Now, he appointed emirs to various cities of the Hausa land. So when the British came to fight them, you had indigenous tribes, the Hausas, who were not happy to be suppressed by the emirs. So they actually didn't fight as hard as they ought to have. So they helped to defeat the Emirs. They helped to defeat the Fulanese. And therefore, the conquest of the British was made easier because, if you like, the Hausas were conquered, and then the British conquered the Fulanese through the help of the Hausas. Now, to cut the long story not so short, the British haven't now conquered this vast area, and the Fulanese, knowing that they acquired this land by conquest, they respected the British who have now conquered them. Okay, so now it's like they paid respect to the British, and the British respected them for that. So that is why they were different from those in the South who fought like the Ekumeku, who made sure they didn't give the British a chance. So the British therefore favored them. And to favor them, they decided, rather than ruling them direct, they agreed for them to run this vast area. They wanted them now to rule what they have already been conquered. Let me explain that. There's a very, very strange situation where you conquer somebody. It's like you chase somebody out of your house, and then you ask them to come back into the same house and manage it for you. Okay? Some people will understand this. It's like the British became the landlord, and they gave the key to the Fulani who they conquered to now run the whole area on behalf of the British against the indigenous population. Of course, I've been talking about Hausas. There were other tribes that made up the vast north. But the British found the Fulani very amicable and willing, having conquered them. And therefore they handed over the key of the whole northern area to the Fulani. The Fulani said, fine, what we're going to do is that you allow us to rule this vast area on your behalf. The British says, fine. And they said, but we don't want Christianity. We want to keep our Muslim, our Islamic way of life. The British says, fine. So what that meant is that having conquered this area, the Fulani were able to tell them how they want to live in that area. Okay, so that is the background why you have North-South divide in approach to modernity. And I hope that's explained. So if the Muslim choose to go to school, it will be for Islamic schools. Okay? It will be, and they will send their brightest, if you like, their immediate relatives of the emirs to learn as much as possible. But the general public, they kept them learning the Islamic school and nothing Western or modern. So the British had a problem. How do we administer this vast area? I know, let's get people from the south to go up to the north to help develop the north. Okay, so that was the background. So our people, at the peak of the disturbance around 1966, it was estimated that between 1.8 to 2 million people from the eastern region, and of course the Muslims, also from the Yoruba land, went up to the north to help to develop the north. Now, if you came from outside and you're not Muslim, and your ways are not their way, and you got your church, you got your schools, and you're running things. So the natives will look down on you and say, hang on, you have come from outside, and now you're telling us what to do. So you know where we're heading with it. There'll be inbuilt resentment. Because when you arrive in the north, ask them to give you water because it's very thirsty. Then Nyemimi, yeah? And from Nyemimi, which the Northerners had all the time, you have Nyami. So everybody from the South is called Nyami. Okay, now we haven't separated that knowledge. It's just something I've thrown in to help you understand that there's a difference between the people in the North and people from the South. So they were not allowed to mingle with the people who live in the North. In other words, they had their walled cities, yeah? So you can't just go inside and live with them because their ways are not your ways. So you lived outside the walled cities in places called strangers' quarters, and that is called Sabon Gari. So in the Sabon Gari, you had your own schools, you had your own transport, everything different from the local. Now the locals then look at you as what the sociologists call privileged pariah. They don't like you, you're pariah, but you are privileged because you're earning salary, you're working in the bank, you have cars, you have television, radio, and you're running shops. So inevitably there'll be built up resentment you have and we don't have. Okay? So, and of course, that is part and parcel of the basis of why we have differences in the Northerners and the Southerners. Although it was one country amalgamated, but they were being ruled, or the administration was different. Okay, if you can't get a job if you're from the South in the way the natives ran their administration, or something native administration. They were run by those who was appointed by the emir. The emir would dictate who is which post. If you're from the South, it's unlikely that you get this post. So you have a country called Nigeria, but dichotomized. You're separated in the way you run your system. You have identified two different people. Okay, so as a result of that polarization, everything that was done to restore Nigeria, or the people of Nigeria, they're independent. Now, we're not talking independence, because we're now going to go and make Nigeria an independent country. The way the British treated the North is different from the way they treated the South. But the South are pushing for independence. So the British wanted to make sure that their interest in the North is protected. That they cited virtually every industry, the development, schools, everything in the North, to the neglect, particularly of the East. Yeah? So the East, or if you like, those in the Eastern region, they managed to build whatever they did due to their enterprise. But the country, the British were citing all the developmental structures in the North. It's a vast area. Now, as a result of all this goings on, when it came to we want our independence, the North said we are not ready. For example, Nnamdi in 1953 said the British says, if any of you, there are three regions then, Eastern, Western, and Northern. Midwest has not come out then. They were advocating for independence. They were being ruled as regions. Britain said, if 2 out of 3 of these regions want their independence, okay, we will give it to them. Okay, so now remember, the person who's pushing for independence is Nnamdi Azikiwe, Awolowo. So Awolowo said they are ready. Zig said yes, the people in the East, we are also ready. But we have to wait for the Northerners because they're not ready. So that was a big misunderstanding, a big mistake. Because if they said yes, you can have your independence, you have had an independent region, West and East, and the North will do when they're ready. So the West and the East, if you like, were ready to become independent countries. But there was some sort of friction. They weren't working together. So the Britain then went in and made sure they were further apart, poles apart, so that they cannot combine forces to challenge the vast region of the northern Nigeria. So that is the background for future, if you like, inbuilt failure systems. It's like failure engineering. So let me bring you to what happened before independence. In 1945, okay, before they started the killing, 1945, what happened was the World War II was ongoing. This World War II, the British were in Nigeria. They built Kanu Airport, where they used to move up to the north to attack Hitler in the Egyptian deserts and so on. So the Kanu Airport was built purely for the World War II. Now, as a result of that development, when it became apparent that the Nigerians were working flat out to fuel what they call the war effort, they weren't getting any increase in their pay, and their standard of living was dropping drastically. Okay? So they decided, therefore, they're going to strike. So can you imagine Nigeria having a general strike, which involved North and South? In 1945, June 22nd, they had a general strike. This general strike was led by the people from the South, and the newspaper used was West African Pilot and the Daily Comet. Both edited by Nnamdi was the editor of both. So they thought the actual strike was engineered by the Igbos. Okay, the British were not very pleased at all because the war was going on and you're going a strike. And all the commodities and goods that were coming to Britain will have some difficulty. So imagine Nigerians, they were united and saying, we're not going to carry on being exploited because just like now, the cost of living has increased 200%. The workers' wage since 1941 has not changed. However, the Europeans who were working in Nigeria labor market have been paid a couple of allowances to cope with the skyrocketing costs. Okay? But the Africans were not being paid. So they took a strike action. And that virtually paralyzed Nigerian economic life. This went on for 44 days. Can you imagine? Whole Nigeria striking 44 days. So this scared the British, scared the living life out of them, because they said, how can these people possibly organize a labor force to strike in our colony? This is unheard of. So that scared the living daylight out of them. But the interesting thing is that the people in the north were not joining in this strike. And this strike was a stepping stone for political, liberation consciousness. They wanted to shut down everything that British was doing. And the newspaper leading it was Western Pilot, Daily Comet, as I said earlier. So what happened was as a result of that, there was a killing of the Igbos. Yeah? Well, how did this happen? Well, the Northerners weren't enjoying in the strike. So, as a result of that, there was propaganda directed against the Igbos, and they said they're responsible for instigating the strike. So, there was a clash between the Northerners and the Easterners, because this happened in Jos. They were doing tin mining, for example. So, as a result of it, there was a major clash for the first time between the Northerners and those from the visitors from the South. So Igbos were massacred. Now, the British being in charge didn't rush in to stop the massacring, just use it to teach the Igbos a lesson. Okay? So the killing went on for several days. Properties were burnt and so on, and people were killed. Now, as a result, guess what happened to the newspapers, Western Pilot and the Daily Comet? So they accused Nnamdi Azikiwe for instigating the strike. So they prescribed, yes, you heard me right, they prescribed the West African Pilot and the Daily Comet. And they said they won't allow these papers to be published anymore because they're causing trouble for the British government. So that's where the prescription started. Okay. Now, what happened was, because you had the North and the South, a bit of confusion for the British, they were delighted that the Northerners didn't join. So they started favoring the Northerners because they know these people in the South are troublemakers. Why are they troublemakers? Because some of them went to America and they wanted their country back. They wanted independence. Some went to Britain, of course. So they were exposed and they started thinking about independence and all the humiliation they've been having. They wanted to be free. Britain wasn't going to have this. So the North said, we are not ready for independence. In fact, for us to be involved, we rather secede. They're the ones who decided to secede. And then in order to placate them, they had to be given about 53 or so of the voting rights in the legislation to allow them to be in the government. Independence hasn't come. You're giving them a veto, in effect, allowing them to run the country because they have majority in the House handed over to them, not by campaign, built into your new system, so that if there's any election and they have 53 seats already, well, they don't need to campaign. They don't need to come down to the South to campaign. Yeah? So, as a result, they have an inbuilt majority, which means they, the Northerners, will run Nigeria in perpetuity. They don't need to campaign for it. So the Britain has favored them, biased the Federation, which is supposed to be a tripod, the East, West, and the North. So you didn't balance it, so you had preponderance of votes coming from the North. The issue was there wasn't enough people in the North to justify that. They just give them the votes. So that was the beginning of the ending for Nigeria, because you cannot have a country where one part will rule forever and ever and do what they like. Okay, so that is the background to the first massacre of the Igbos in Jos, 1945. Then, as the campaign to become independent heated up, a delegation in 1953 came down to Lagos to discuss how we can become independent. Because, what's his name? I've forgotten his name now. He's the one who moved the motion that Nigeria should become independent at the soon practicable date. Is the information minister. What's his name now? I've forgotten. Bear with me. It will come to me. So this information minister said, he stood in the House and said Nigeria must become independent. This was 1953, and hopefully in the next few years, as soon as possible. The Northern delegation said, no, we're not ready. We're not interested. So the people in Lagos were saying, boo, cheering them and saying, how dare you oppose our independence? We want to be independent. So they went home and they got very, very upset that they were looked down on and booed and so on. So, to make the matter worse, Akintola with the Action Group decided they're going to visit them, pay them a visit in Kanu to make them realize that we need independence. So someone called WADA, W-A-D-A, he knew WADA. He organized the Northerners in Kanu to set up, if you like, a counter riot for those people from the south. He said, "We came to the south and insulted us. They're not coming to north to insult us again. We're going to do something about it." So he rounded up his northerners, gave them free. On the days these people were supposed to come, there wasn't going to be any work. So he gave them days off. On the Saturday they were arriving. And then, to make the matter worse, the rumor had it that they were waiting for them. So they decided, Akintola decided not to show up for his campaign. But the Northerners have already organized anti-demonstration to do some visit from the Southerners. But in fact, despite the fact that Akintola, the action group, did not show up in Kanu, they still went ahead and killed Igbos again with such ferocity, that it took them again 3-4 days to quell. And the butchery and the barbarity was such that the British government had to step in and do an inquiry and say, why was such viciousness? So the Igbos have been killed in 1945, be killed in 1953. And now it's beginning to make sense to you if you know who you are. This place, knowing where the rain started beating you. So you've been killed in 1945, been killed in 1953. So guess what happened in 1966? This is where Biafra is coming in. So that bubble of resentment, animosity, guarding yourself remained until the independence in 1960. Okay, so in the independence 1960, it was suggested that the election was rigged. In fact, before they finished the counting, the British administrator decided to say the winner is no proper accounting. About what the Abubakar Tafa Balewa has won, the northern people. So that causes some stress and discomfort. So in order to join the government, you either have to go up to the north from the east, or the west had to join the north. So the east got there first because Ahmadu Bello and Zeke were friends. Awolowo tried to join in, but they didn't succeed. And the east and the west didn't join hands either. This handshake across the Niger didn't occur. They would have formed a formidable opposition or ruled Nigeria in a way that would be fair for everybody. Nonetheless, the Northerners got the power from the British and they became the Prime Minister. The Nnamdi Azikiwe, who did all the hard work, and according to Kwame Nkrumah, Ghana, said, how can a nationalist who has done all the work just stand back and have a ceremonial president post? So, again, that was an insight which alluded, they didn't quite take seriously enough. So Zeke wanted peace at all means. He wanted Nigeria to be free. So he settled for president, which is an honorary post. But to the outside world, they think he's the president of Nigeria. But Nigeria did not have a presidential system. It was standing more as the governor general on behalf of the Queen. Because Nigeria was in a federation of prime minister. That's where the power is. So the Northerners got the power under Tafawa Balewa. So we had an independent Nigerian state. And then the bubble of resentment began. It was first in the Middle Belt, the TIV, T-I-V, the name, that they call it TV. So they started agitating. They wanted to break away. The West, there was a lot of argy-bargy going on. The West predominantly wanted to get to the seat of power because the action group were the opposition led by Awolowo. Because the people on the east, NCNC predominantly, have joined ranks with the Northern People's Progress, the Congress. So the West felt excluded from the center of power. So they now try to get back into the center of power. So Akintola had a disagreement with Awolowo. Akintola is the deputy of Awolowo. He had a disagreement with Awolowo and tried to get his Yoruba people into the government. for them, it's better for them to be government than to be outside. So, as a result of the shenanigans, the middle belt, the teams were fighting, the Yoruba own started out. And it led to what we call Operation Wetier, where it's not safe. You have to be action group or not an action group, depending which faction you are.
Excuse me, Mazi. Sorry to interrupt. Can you please elaborate on that Operation Wetier? Not everybody understand that slogan. Please go ahead.
Okay, Wetier is just basically wet him or wet her. You're pouring an acid, you're wetting them with acid. Yeah? So if they didn't belong to their party, they poured acid on you. And cars were burned. Majority of people, there was a lot of chaos in the West. So they actually called it the Wild, Wild West. There's a lot of instability in the West. Most people went to Dahomey, which was what is called now the Benin Republic. That's where majority of Yoruba people went there to hide because of the ongoing chaos. Yeah? So now all the rioting and all the burning and came to a head when Awolowo was in prison and accused of treason. Okay? So Akintola then took over and people didn't trust him. So there was infighting in Yoruba, they were killing each other. Now, as a result of all that, there was a lot of tension in the country. And to make the matter worse, the first election after independence, I believe 64, 65, when it happened, it was blatantly obvious that the thing was rigged. In the meantime, the alliance between the eastern part of Nigeria and the northern part has fallen apart. The Okara brothers have decided that the northerners can't be trusted because they did a census. The census, they counted that the northerners have inflated the number of people living in the north compared to the number of people living in the south. And indeed, if you use satellite imagery, I'm sure they didn't have it then, you find the densest population are mostly in the south than in the north. And if you look at the whole West Africa region, there are more people living near the coast than near the desert. So how is it that Nigeria has more population in the north? Anyway, that's another story. But there's mistrust as a result of the First Republic. So the election to find out who will carry on ruling was so bad that they wanted to dissolve the whole Nigeria. Nnamdi Azikiwe was the president and was asked to, well, since this thing is not safe, the election will rig everything and it is going to dissolve the whole Nigeria. But as a result of compromise, they managed to forge, if you like, they managed to forge some form of the government. The Tafa Bele was then carried on. All this thing was going on, the military were getting irritated. The TV was going rioting, military goes in and squashes them. The Midwest, as well, kidding. The military has to go in and kill some people to keep them quiet. So as a result of all the instability, and of course the politicians, being the politicians, were so flamboyant in spending money, all sorts of things. So it appears that the military, what I call the young hotheads, the majors and the captains, they planned to bring Nigeria back to sanity because they thought Nigeria is not pulling its weight. Nigeria should be doing more for black people than they are doing now. So there was a coup. So this coup led to the killing, asymmetric, I would say, asymmetric killing. In other words, there are more people killed outside the eastern region than other regions. The Akintola in the west was killed. In the north, they killed the president, the prime minister, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. They also killed the northern premier, who is the Sanduana of Sokoto, okay, and various other prominent people, and some of the military people who are from the north. Now, the issue was, when you look at it, if Azikiwe wasn't killed, Opara wasn't killed, and I think someone called us Adebe, who is the Midwest, wasn't killed, they say, hang on, what is going on here? And I remember as a young man, riding in a bike my grandfather. They stopped over to discuss this in the village. And they said it appears that other people were killed and Easterners weren't killed. They didn't think the Northerners would agree with us. And so that just the conversation you never forget. So as a result then of that killing, the issue was that the killing in the west here, Operation West here has come to a halt. The rioting in the north, the mid-belt has come to a halt. And surprise, surprise, everybody in Nigeria was celebrating. The military have come in to teach these politicians some sense. Okay? They thought the person who led the coup in the north was from Midwest, Nnamdi. And the person who led it in the north, in the west, in Lagos, was Ifajina. And they were supposed to have killed the people in the east, but they failed to do so. And Mid-Belt, Midwest, and they failed to do so. So now, but the people who stopped the coup are senior officers like Agi who happen to be the person in charge of the military overall. And also in the north, Ojukwu, who was commanding a battalion, I believe in Kanu, was also instrumental in preventing the spread of the coup and the effects. Because Uzegu was going to march down south with his military to take on the south because he accused them of messing up big time. Now, the country, when the military took over, the people who took over from the military weren't the ones who did the coup. So that was the mistake, because they didn't know anything about the coup, but they found themselves as one ruling country now, because then they were in a way hesitant to carrying out the plans of the coup plotters. The coup plotters were supposed to bring, what's his name, Awolowo out of prison because they thought he was unfairly imprisoned. So they wanted to bring him out to act as part of the interim people who are running the country between the military and the politicians. So what I'm trying to say to you is that there was a lot of the people in Nigeria as in general welcomed the coup at initial outset. And I've got evidence here in newspapers which were written to show that this coup was generally accepted. So for example, it says that according to the evidence, let me read it for you. According to the evidence, the January army takeover was hailed throughout the whole federation. The disturbance in the western region and the Tiv areas of the north, which marked the last days of the First Republic, came to an immediate halt. As I said to you, those areas that was agitating and rioting, the military coup ceased to stop them. So there was a marked sense of relief throughout the whole country. The mood of the country was amply portrayed by the national press. If you look at the newspaper cutting in January 1966, it says, Daily Times, a local newspaper, says, accuse the politicians for the way things have gone wrong with the country, and they praise the new regime for a manner in which he had effected the changeover without causing much public panic. So the military stepped in and calmed, the senior military officer came and calmed the disturbances. The West African pilot, by now, of course, the proscription has been lifted, they now got independence. The West African pilot said that January 16th, that is the day after the coup, will go down in history as a great day for Nigeria, because it was the day that took a new lease of life. The Morning Post, again, part of the official federal government organ, newspaper, said, after causing the politicians in Nigeria, after accusing themselves of thinking they had a divine right to lord it over ordinary people, declare, we of this newspaper join millions of fellow countrymen in welcoming the dawn of this era of our country. Now, the New Nigerian newspaper, which is mostly in the north, also said regionalism and tribalism have been the major factors that have precipitated the present crisis. If we have learned that much, then some good may come out of what has happened. Okay, so those are the Nigerian newspapers. Now, where did it all fall apart? BBC stepped in. The only discordant note, the only newspaper that said something in the opposite direction said BBC in London. Within 48 hours of the army takeover, the BBC correspondent dubbed the whole thing, called the whole episode an Igbo coup. Let me repeat that. Within 48 hours of the coup, it was the BBC correspondent that called the whole thing an Igbo coup. So the BBC was to stick to this note to the end. That is where the problem.
So Mazi, obviously, it is not today that BBC has been inciting violence and genocide against Biafrans. Please go ahead.
There you go. So that is very, very important to note. Because if the BBC hadn't mentioned it was a coup, it would have biased the minds of the people who were celebrating that now the teen riots have stopped, where tear has gone, Nigeria is now going to move as one country. Okay? All right. So it's worth noting that one. Now, so you had a coup in 1966 in January. Military have taken over. They're now plotting and planning how to run the whole country. So there were 4 regions: Northern region, Western region, Midwest, and Eastern region. So the current head of state, who was a military senior officer, Agi Irensi, happened to be Igbo. He appointed military governors to rule those 4 regions. Now, he wanted a unified command so that when he gives an instruction, the military will follow it. And he wanted to dismantle the region and centralize power at the center. This was the beginning of the end. So, because he wanted to do that, he brought out what they call Decree 34. Decree 34 was designed to unite and unify the civil servants, everything about Nigerian government. But the oil in the ointment, the fly in the ointment was that the Northerners seriously suspected that this is an Igbo takeover. Okay? They thought if this was allowed to go ahead, the Igbos would dominate everything. Okay. Remember, in the North, you can't get a job in the government unless you're approved by the Northerners. You remain in the Sabon Gary, if you like, a privileged pariah. So they were scared that with this new decree, the civil service would be standardized, and people from the North would be overswamped by people from the South who, quote, appears to be more educated. So that scared the wit out of them. Remember, the politicians have been asked to go away from ruling. So they had more time now to plan or how to counteract any threat they thought was from Igbos. Okay, now, today, of course, is the 29th of July. Okay? Very, very significant. So what happened was, when this Decree 34 came out by the new government, before I mentioned that, the people who did the coup, by the way, the Zomos, the Paginers, and all these people, they were rounded up and locked away in prison, awaiting trial. Yakubu Gowon and Salem, who is the police commissioner, was set out to go and investigate who caused the coup, why they had the coup, whether it's an Igbo coup, and so on. Up till tomorrow, Gowon has not found any evidence to show it was an Igbo coup. Okay? So they were told to go and find out who caused the coup. All the information showed it was junior officers from various tribes, not just the Igbo tribe. Okay? Now, the Igbo officers may have been predominant, but they're not coupping. They didn't do the coup for the sake of the Igbos. There was no need. The Igbo civilians weren't consulted. And of course, the newborn baby and the baby in the womb, no one asked them to go and do coup on their behalf. But they all became victims of what they call the counter coup for the 29th of July. Okay.
All right, Mazi, unfortunately, here we are going to end the part 1. Remember, this is a series, and we are continuing again, depending on your availability, next week for part 2. Because of our time, and of course, a member of DOS are coming up on other platform, and have actually taken over almost 10, 11 minutes of their time. So please, I don't know if you will make a commitment to be France, that you are definitely coming back again next week.
By God's grace.
Amen.
Do your best.
Thank you so much. I am enjoying this. I wished we can just go on, but unfortunately because of time. But please don't worry, Biafrans. Next week, by the grace of God, we are coming back. We need to know our history. This is juicy. This is important. If you don't know your history, of course, you won't know where you are going. Once again, Mazi, Dr. Justice Lois, Okachi Lois, thank you very much. May Elohim bless you. And I will speak to you again next week.
Thank you. Let me just say one thing.
By all means, please.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for listening. We have the Biafran Education Awareness Dissemination Seminar on the 20th of August this year. They were busy preparing, where we share information about Biafran genocide and those who helped us with the humanitarian response to Biafran genocide. So please join us and we'll all learn together about the events that unfolded. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mazindewo. Thank you for your time. All right. This is where we will leave it because of time. I was beginning to enjoy this, I must tell you, but unfortunately we have to leave it here. But trust me when I tell you, we are bringing him back again next week. If there is anything we need to know, it is our history as a people. We have to know who we are, that history that they have hidden away from us as a people. Time has come for us to know exactly what happened, by who, when, how, and where. These are the questions our children are asking, and they deserve an answer. And that answer we must give them. Please, I've dedicated the part of this coming month of August for this history. It is definitely going to be a history month here on Radio Biafra, and of course on this platform, and of course on Constructive Argument. Dr. Okachi Lewis, if God's sparing us, we'll be back again next week to continue where he stopped. This is part 1, and we're going to load it, of course, on our community radio app so that it can be going on every time, so you can be listening, hearing about your history, meditating about it, and of course, he is coming back. Don't miss it. Spread the news. Tell the people it is happening live here on Radio Biafra. My name's Mazi. This has been Constructive Argument. May God bless Biafra. May God bless our leader Nnamdi Kanu. May God bless the land of the rising sun. From me, from here, it is goodbye.
what I'm going to share with you is the ongoing history of how Biafra came about. And it's not something we rush through, because history has been denied in the school, and therefore people grew up not knowing what actually happened. I'm not going to say, everything that I speak to you, I was there. No, nobody could possibly be there. But we are so blessed and so privileged to have the Eastern Nigerian government at the time. They took their time to record what happened to our people. So, what did they do? They went about to establish a tribunal. This tribunal is to allow those who survived the pogrom to come and give eyewitness accounts of what they went through. They were cross-examined. They were under oath in front of the High Court judge, the Chief Justice. This new case commission was targeted at getting at the bottom of the truth of what happened to our people. So it's a worthy read. I wish one day in every Biafran school we will have this commission report called the Massacre of Nnamdi in 1966. Is anybody who can read and can understand must read it, so there'll be no ambiguity as to what happened to our people. Briefly then, the tribunal was set up by the Eastern Region government to ask those who survived the pogrom. Remember that those who died, nobody could give account of them. Those people who actually survived, who extricated themselves out of the north or northern Nigeria, were asked to come and give witness. It took 49 days. There were 253 witnesses. There was an exhibition of 498 exhibits. They went from town to town, from Enugu to Onitsha, to Aba, to Port Harcourt, to Calabar, to Uyo and Ogoja, gathering this information and therefore recording it, not just for you and I to read, but for history and also for posterity. So the issue at the moment in Nigeria is that those who perpetrated this crime don't even want to say they have done it, let alone apologize for it. They are still ongoing killing of our people. If we do not know where this thing started, how are we then going to defend ourselves? So there's a saying that if we don't know where the rain started beating us, we're not going to learn to defend ourselves from the rain. So this is the reason behind knowing the source of the history and the eyewitness accounts, which I'm going to share with you today. Because of the time constraint, I'm going to therefore limit it and structure it in such a way that hopefully most of you will understand it. There are under headings of motives. Why did this happen? The motives for massacre. The next one is the methodology. How do you get about? And of course, the crime itself, the madness, the murder. It's like a crime scene. What motives they have? How did they go about it? And the actual crime. So motives, method, and the madness, I call it. The third bit is to look at, just pick, because of the time, we can't go through every single witness account. We pick about 2 or 3 towns where this pogrom was visited and the people of Eastern Region. Remember at that time, they're not called Biafrans. They thought they were Nigerians. They're in the same country. But where they were is a different part of the same country, but we're killed by their neighbors, their co-workers, and so on and so forth. So we're going to look at the towns like Katsina, Kanu, Kanji, and of course Kaduna. So I'm going to begin by saying to you the motives, quite briefly. Okay, so Mazi might be surprised to note that one of the witnesses, his name is Mazi, S-W-A-N Onoha. I'm not sure if they're related.
Maybe, who knows? That's a sweet coincidence.
Yes, so just in case it's related, you have a relative who went to the north in the 60s. It might be part of their witness. Okay, so what I'm going to read to you is what they thought was the motivating factor. What is in the crime scene or in the criminal court? I'm sure I'm talking out of my league here. You know more about it than I do. The judge will ask you, what are the motives if you say he didn't? What are his motivations? What motivated him to do such a thing? So we can look at extenuating circumstances, for example. So the motivation, for example, so now what I'm going to tell you about. The the motive for the pogrom is something which they have looked into. Okay, and they said that the question is the complete extermination of Easterners from the place in the north. In other words, how did they stop killing people in the north? Well, the answer to that is when there was no more Easterners to be killed. So they have succeeded. So that's one of the motives, to chase away and kill as many of Easterners as they possibly can in the north. Okay? Then, in connection, they had what they call the 7-point program, or 7-point agenda of the organizers of the pogrom. Some people went down, they had several meetings, they organized this actual killing of the Easterners. It's exhibit SWAN, that's the initials of Mr. Onuoha, SWAN, so it's exhibit SWAN 24, and it reads as follows. Number 1 motive, to kill off the Major General and the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. His name is Major General JTU Agi Rensi. They succeeded. Secondly, to kill off all the Yamri army officers. They killed as many as they can. Over 200 of them were killed. The third one is they subsequently purged the army of Yamri by killing the rest of the ranks and file. What happened? They called a bugle. Everybody came out, and those who were evil were chased out from the line and killed. The officers murdered. Okay? So this all happened on 29th of July. Then the next reason for motivation was with the aid of the Westerners, they said, in the army, to take complete control of the armed forces. They take over the complete control of the police force, the navy, and to purge off the Yamiris, as they call the Easterners, in all these forces. So they turned around the Nigerian military, which was multi-ethnic, multilingual, multi-religious, into a mono-ethnic. Well, a bloc from the north, which is supposed to control the army, police, navy, air force, everything. So that is all part of their motivation. So we are feeding in Nigeria today part of this plan, this one's exhibition, this Mr. Onuoha's exhibition of the plan for killing our people. Then the next one is to kill off and dispossess all the Anyamri domicile in the northern region. They succeeded. Then the next one is to use the armed forces to take complete control of the country's government. And that's what they did under Yakubu Gowon. So they took over the complete control, the running machinery of the government, because they killed Agi Rensi, they killed his host, Faji, who's a Yoruba guy in Ibadan, looking up who is his host. They killed both of them, and then they turned onto the soldiers and killed them, and as a result, they made the place ungovernable, in the sense that they controlled the Lagos, they controlled the north, and they had difficulty taking over the east. So the coup of 29 of July 1966 was partially successful. They changed the government, all right, but they have not got complete control of the eastern region. So because Ojukwu was in the eastern region, because the coup did not affect that, it was a partial success. And that is why we had the war. Because Ojukwu said, no, you can't cross this line and kill my people and get away with it. So part of the motivation also was they want a revenge. Okay, you can argue that the Saduna Sokoto, who is, as I said last time, the spiritual leader and also the governor of the northern region then, should not have been killed. The hotheads, the young military, the majors and the captains, led by Nzogwu in the north, Ifajin in the west, they succeeded in killing their spiritual leader, Saduna Sokoto, Hamadu Bello. And then Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, his prime minister, was also killed. So now, part of the motive there for killing all the people living in the north who have Eastern origin was to get rid of these people, and because having killed their own, they want to revenge on Dr. Azikiwe, they want to kill Dr. Abara, they want to kill Ojukwu, they want to kill Major Nzogwu. The interesting thing is killing Ojukwu, although Ojukwu became the governor of the Eastern region, he was actually in the north, helped to stop the coup in the north. The Commonwealth countries met in Lagos, and all the politicians were returning from Lagos to Kanu. Ojukwu welcomed them. So if they think it was an Igbo coup, he would have locked them all up. But he was one who protected and looked after them. So yet, in their agenda or motive, they want to kill Ojukwu and also Major Nzogwu. Major Nzogwu died during the war, but they gave him a military honor burial. They took his body from Enugu, where he died, around the Suka sector and buried him in Kaduna, as I understand. Okay, so then the next thing is to destroy the Port Harcourt University of Nigeria and Suka, which they have succeeded partly, because the University of Suka, even up till now, the chemical department has not been activated because they're fear that they may produce more chemicals during the war. Then finally, to kill off all the Yamri top civil servants and all the wealthy Yamri, male and female, all the Yamri educated giants. It's like if you don't have educated giants, you kill other people's educated giants. Anyway, all grown up males and females in Yamri, and then to leave only sucklings and Yamri in their land. And in their radio Kaduna broadcast throughout the war is, yes, let us go and kill all the Yamris, rape their women, take their property, and leave them the just baby suckling. So that was all the motivation. So if you're in the middle of the court and the judge asks, what was their motive? These are the 7-point agenda which they lined up and was made known to us by the witness. He's called his 8th witness, Mr. S-A-W-A-N Onoha. Okay, so that is a basis for which they operate on. Now, how did they go about the method? The method they went about was excessive madness in a way. They didn't just kill you, they made sure the way they went about it was so bad. And it's, maybe some of us have to make sure you have strong stomach when we read most of the things they did to our people. Okay? How did they do it? First of all, there's a planned killing of our people. Like most genocide, they have those who sit down and plan it. So it was planned, mostly by their undergraduates at Ahmadu Bello University. They also had sometimes the help of the foreigner. British people, especially British lecturers, assisted them in planning this problem. They wanted revenge of the Sadwana. They wanted to make sure nobody on the east rose in the northern part to play any role whatsoever. So the killing was deliberate. It was directed. It was specific, targeting Easterners. Well, I keep calling them Easterners so that you know at that time they were from Eastern region of Nigeria. So they were targeting, directed to them, specific to them. If you find a Yoruba person, you left them out. If you find an Igbo person, you killed them. It was unrelenting. In other words, there are several waves of it. There was one in May. There was one in July. There was one in September. There was one in October. So it was waves after waves after waves. Was it spontaneous? Well, if you throw a pebble inside a pond, it will strain from the point where it landed and ripple outwards. Okay? But this one, it didn't start from one point and then ripple outwards. It was every city started at 7 o'clock on Saturday evening. It was planned. Okay, imagine a whole vast area of northern Nigeria, as big as Western Europe. Every single city, they all came out to start killing the Igbos 7 o'clock on a Saturday in one of the instances. So it was planned on that time at that hour. Then what else? It was coordinated. They even had buses which the native authority had. It's like the people who run northern Nigeria, they're called the native authority. Part of them run the police and so on. So they took the buses from these people, went into the villages and got people to come out from the villages, to come into town to kill the Igbos, or to kill the Yamris, or to kill the Easterners. They also imported, in some instances, people who are believed not to be necessarily Nigerian, but people from Chad and so on, specifically come to join in killing. They use all sorts of weapons. There's an arrow, axes, clubs, stones. They use guns. They use any weapon they can get hold of. They burned people alive. They buried them in wells. They all did all sorts of things. So, and the most important thing that tell you that was not a spontaneous accident that happened, people were just rioting and killing anyhow. They were involved by they used the typed, let me repeat that, typed address of where the Easterners live. They had in their hand typed address of where these people live, so they would not miss their houses. Okay. When they went to Yoruba land, I mentioned before, they had to knock on your door and they mentioned Toro. And if you say Toro like an Igbo person compared to Yoruba person, they know you are foreign and they killed you. Okay. Don't forget the people's faces were also scarred. You can also identify who is Yamli or who is from Eastern region and who isn't. by the scar on their faces and so on and so forth. So if you're Yoruba, you normally have your scar, your tribal marking, I call it, and also in the northern they have their own tribal marking. So you can see somebody, majority but did not have this tribal marking, so you can also identify who they are. Okay, so that is some of the methods which they used. Okay, so it's in actually killing. That's one. The second one I want to point your attention to is that in addition to all this planning, okay, they also had what I call deception. They say to you, if a group of Easterners heard, oh, there's going to be a killing from Friday onwards, so they start packing their bags. So the next thing you come on the radio and say, oh no, you heard a rumor that there was going to be killing. Actually, there isn't. Don't worry about it. We will protect. No, we will protect you. Honestly, we will. Don't worry about it. It's all false. So they stayed behind. And of course, it was a false rumor. It was not a false rumor. It was a genuine rumor. But they allowed them to stay to be killed. Okay, so I don't know if I explained that properly. You hear that there's going to be killing. Instead of allowing them to act on that rumor, they decided that no. Let me reassure you that it's going to be okay. Don't worry about it on the radio. So this guy stayed and they got killed. Then the next trick they used, which is another methodology, which is very, very clever. It's like they even go. There's one which acted well in Kanu, which we'll talk about Kanu shortly. They said that we hear that people are trying to go back to the east by train on the 1st of October, and there'll be a train leaving Kanu. So please make sure you pack your bags, and that we encourage you to board the train and that. Of course, on that day, there'll be lots and lots of people from the eastern region who pack their belongings and everything and go to the station. And when they get there, there'll be no train. And then instead, the military will arrive with a gang of people, and they got clobbered to death and killed. So there's so many tricks they use to lure our people into positions of helplessness. And the other thing they did was to cause them to be disarmed. Now, normally you have your double-barrel gun, you have your knife, you have something to even defend yourself. They went around making sure all these people they're going to kill were disarmed beforehand. So they were defenseless. And then the military went around with the crowd and killed as many of them as possible. So that is part of the revolting aspect of how they went about killing our people. And it's really is something worth bearing in mind. There are so many other ways of describing what they did to us. For example, let me just find you what happened. So on one of the days, instance, many people were killed, and the NA, which is the Northern Authority policemen, used their big lorries to carry the corpses to the grave. Okay, they hide the body. The dead body were buried in groups of 20, in groups of 50, in groups of 60. Okay, and then large graves were dug by the caterpillars that belonged to this Northern Authority people. The burial was conducted by the armed soldiers. The soldiers were standing by with their arms. So they said it was because this guy who was able to see all this was wearing the Hausa dress. Okay, one of the witnesses, and he spoke fluent Hausa. So they will not tell that it's Igbo person watching them. So another bad thing was a Benin lady who was killed, and many sharp pieces of broken bottles packed into her private part. And they left her naked inside a hotel. Okay? Another one is Mrs. Pauline, who was killed in the same day, Enugu Road, and International Hotel. And the Ibibio man who was burnt alive inside his car at the airport road. He was a meteorological officer. Then they saw a Hausa man who conducted sexual intercourse on a young girl, an Igbo girl, and Kanu, and this girl vomited until she died. It was gang rape. There's so many things they did to us. So the attacks on schools and churches provided yet another instances of callosities and, of course, of the assailants. So they desecrated the church. The people professing to know and worship God, the very difficult way of explaining it, doing God honor. That's the attack on armed civilians by the army, by police, and supposed to give them protection. That's the worst thing. The police and the army, you're supposed to run to them for protection, but in fact, it was the same people who joined in and was behind and watched you be killed. So that's part and parcel why they can never be trusted. So I'll talk to you briefly about the motives of the massacre, the method where they went about it. They're ugly, of course. They put a rod behind your back, they tie your hand behind the long rod, and there they gouge out your eye, took out your private parts, and all sorts of things. There are so many methods. I don't want to make it even worse, but I just want to now concentrate on the madness. I'm going to use Katina. I know time is spent, or time is pressing, so let me know how I'm doing with time. Just we need to tell this story properly.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. I think we have about half an hour. Yes, more or less.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm now going to describe what happened in individual towns. I'm going to take Katsina, which is the hometown of Buhari, of course. Katsina in 1966, May. So the Katsina, of course, is the capital of the Katsina Emirate. The Emir of Katsina is the father of the military governor of the northern Nigeria at that time, called Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina. There are 4 principal witnesses that gave evidence of the disturbances in riot in Katsina. Okay, so we're going to now hear from those who were in Katsina in May when the riot started. Their names are Enoch Enoch Ejikeme. He is the 26th witness. Then there's a Vincent Modebel, and he's the 27th witness. Then there's a James Aka, who is 138th witness, and Mrs. Cecilia Mabel Anebuna. So there are names which are entered into this tribunal, which can be cross-referenced and checked out. The 26th witness, Enoch Ejikeme, right? He lived in Katsina, he said, for 50 years, from 1951 to June 1966, when he was compelled by the disturbances to flee the north. He owned a story building near the Emir's palace. This is what he has to say. I am a native of Ojoto. Katsina is perhaps the area worst affected by the disturbances, even though there was a deliberate attempt to play down the seriousness of the situation there, both during and after the disturbances. I am willing to appear before the tribunal to give evidence about what I saw during the disturbances. So what I'm saying to you is that there are people who survived it, who are willing to testify under oath and cross-examine as to what they saw. So the events we're reading that has been stored for posterity is genuine and can be taken as a factual evidence. Now, it was around, this is his account, he said around 2 a.m., listen to this, 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., this early hours, but it's ungodly hours, I call it. In the early morning of 29th of May 1966, a large number of houses started collecting in the Emir's palace. Remember, these people lived in the Sabongari, outside the palace, outside the wall city. So those who are allowed to enter the Emir's palace have to be vetted. They're all houses. Okay, they went in. Now, round about 6 a.m. in the morning, they then burst out from the palace, carrying sticks, machetes, daggers, axes, etc., and all other dangerous weapons. They spread themselves all over the town. They were looting, burning houses and shops. Some of the NA, Northern Authority Police, took active part. Let me repeat that. Some of the NA police took active part, while others made no attempt to bring the situation under control. So you're supposed to be law and order. Instead of stopping the mob, going around looting, killing, you actually take part and joining them and did nothing. So the attack was directed against people of southern Nigerian origin, with the exclusion of Yorubas. So Yorubas also from the south, but they were not touched. Only the Igbos were targeted, or people of eastern origin. Then one Mr. Joseph of Uji, was stabbed to death that very morning. While the attack continued, the Emir of Katsina, if you are the Emir, you are the boss of the whole area. Whatever people say you do, they do. Whatever you say, rather, they will do. They're under your control. So the Emir of Katsina, Alhaji Usman Nagogo, the former northern minister. Okay? So then there's a normal. So Alhaji, let me repeat his name again. The Emir of Katsina was Alhaji Usman Nagogo. And then there's a former northern minister who was an MP, Alhaji Issa Kaita. Then there's an Alhaji Musa Tafida Yaradua. Then there's a former Ministry of Lagos Affairs and Magaji Gari, the Emir's son, were parading the town up and down, cheering the looters on. So these are the responsible members of that very town. Instead of them bringing law and order, they're actually encouraging the mob to go on the rampage. My two big shops, this is the witness, my two big shops, this is AGK, my two big shops and stores were all looted, as well as my residence. Not a pin was left for me. They even swept the rooms. They swept the shop. They swept the stores with brooms. Can you imagine? The telephone number 152 Katsina is one of the shops was removed, so he can't phone. So they moved in gangs, and each numbered about 300 to 400 people. Towards evening, every southerner resident in Katsina, repeat that, towards evening, every southerner resident in Katsina had been rendered homeless, hopeless, and penniless. We were therefore evacuated by Northern Authority Police to a place 2 miles from the town. So they rounded them up, took them to a place 2 miles away from the town. We numbered over 2,000, including women and children. We were not allowed to move out from the compound, which had but one gate. We suffered from both hunger and fear. On Monday, 30th May 1966, the military governor of the Northern Group of Provinces summoned the meeting of emirs and chiefs to state their grievances, because there's rioting now. So the military governor, Katsina, asked the emirs and all the chiefs to come for a meeting. So on the 31st of May 1966, the emir of Katsina left for Kaduna. That's where the meeting is being held. Kaduna is the capital then of the northern region. So they went to Kaduna to attend the meeting. And it was alleged that the emir, on leaving for Kaduna, ordered his men not to tamper with our life yet, pending his return and the result of their meeting. So it's give strict order. This will be rounded up. 2,000 or so people will be rounded up. Don't touch them until I return. On Wednesday, 1st of June, 1966, the Nigerian army arrived at the scene, and we were released forthwith. The Nigerian army then entered and released them. So on the following Thursday and Friday, 2nd and 3rd, respectively, some of us fled to Kanu. They escaped. Now, on that very Friday, 3/6/66 afternoon, the emir returned from Kaduna. And on Saturday, 4/6/66, no southerner was allowed to leave the town. He put another order and don't allow them to escape. Those who managed to escape were pursued, and many of them slaughtered in the way. Now, the violence was therefore renewed, and the worst inhuman acts were performed on the Saturday, 4/6/66. Now, the emir again took the lead, together with his team, comprising Alhaji Issa Kaita, former minister, Northern Nigeria Education Minister. Then they have Alhaji Musa Tafida Yaradua, who was former Federal Minister in Lagos Affairs. Then Magaji Gari, who is Lieutenant Colonel Katsina's twin brother, who is the emir's son. All these people joined in chasing and killing. Then the climax was reached when Southerners, seeing what has happened, ran and took refuge. Those who were behind, they ran into the police charge office. They ran into the police station. These people were locked inside the office, which were then packed full with refugees. They were set on fire. They ran to police and they were burnt inside the police. okay, burned to ashes together with all the refugees therein. This Saturday episode affected many government employees who could not leave the town without the consent of the employer, as well as the independent business people who were tied down by their business links or the otherwise. None was left alive, except a few of us whom God hid away out of their sight, who live now to tell the story. Another devilish plan worthy of note was that as soon as the Saturday massacre started, the Katsina provincial secretary, instead of telephoning to Kanu to bring the armies close to rid of this scar, instead of telephoning Kanu to bring the armies, he chose to ride on his car to Kanu, a distance of 108 miles away, in order to bring the army to himself. So now, why is he doing that? He can just pick up a phone and call them, and they come. But he chose to drive 108 miles. So the trick lies in that fact that before he could return to Katsina from Kanu with the armed forces, the operation had been completed and many lives were lost. So all this tomfooleries. Now, the fact that a large and unknown number of people were burnt alive in police charge office made it highly impossible for anyone to give an accurate figure of the deaths. Also, many were killed and hidden away, and many thrown into wells and pits. So then, the gruesome incidents of the burning of Nigerian building at Katsina was confirmed by Miss Mabel Anabunwa, who's the 235 witness, whose husband, Mr. D.G. Anabuna, was one of the victims. She watched him die. Her evidence described as follows. This is Miss Alamda. My name is Cecilia Mabel Anabuna. I joined my husband Katina on the 4th of August 1962 and returned to the East on the 18th of June 1966. After my husband was murdered on 4/6/66, I have 2 children. My husband had 3 children from the first wife who died earlier. I am now caring for those 3 children and my own 2. My husband was a first-class clerk in the Ministry of Agriculture, Katsina, and also a special constable. On the 4th of June 1966, he returned suddenly to inform me that the incident of looting, which occurred on the 29th of May, was being repeated. I immediately backed my baby, and together we escaped to the nearest police station. While we were pursuing by the armed village, we ran into the police station. We were admitted inside by the police station. Thereupon, the mob attacked the shuttle with knives and axes. The police warned them not to attack the station, but Malam Magadi Gary, who was Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina's twin brother, retorted, warning the police not to disturb the civilians who were carrying out the order of the emir. So basically, the police were warning the rioters. This police officer, who is the brother of the governor of the northern Nigeria and the son of the emir, was telling the police people, don't disturb the civilians who are rioting because they're carrying out the order of the emir. So the emir, the person in charge of the Katsina, was actually heading the riot. So the rioters were thenceforth unfettered. No one can disturb them because they've been told that the emir is in charge. So they broke inside through the doors and windows and, of course, started to kill people indiscriminately. And one of the victims was my husband, Mr. D.G. Onlewu. So now, many other women and I went to appeal to Magagi Gary, Hassan's twin brother, but he said they could not disobey the emir. About 18 men were victims. Their corpses were burned, followed by the burning of the police station and the government staff quarters. In the evening, the women were conveyed in police truck to the Northern Authority police station, where we stayed for some days. Later, we were taken to an unfinished hotel building, where the Red Cross supplied us food and some baby clothing. I left Katsina to Kanu on the 9th of June 66 to meet my husband's brother. On the 14th of June, I left for the East. One Reverend Father X was very kind to the victim. He helped many wounded people to the hospital until he was seriously warned by one Mr. Namara, who's a British, that if he continued, he, Father X, would be attacked for transparently taking sides with Easterners. It was in this Mr. McMara's house that several night meetings were held. Mr. McMara was soul and body in the planning of the pogrom. So I'm just going to leave it there. What happened then? This lady was cross-examined. It's not enough to just tell us this is what you saw. So they said the witness was then questioned closely, and one of the questions, this is what she has to say. You actually saw Magari Gari with your own eye in the police station? And that was the question. They say, yes, I saw him. My husband was working with him. This Magari was NA, Native Authority Police Officer. So my husband was working with him. He used to come to our house frequently in connection with his work. So that when this thing happened, I went with other women, appealed to the man, and begged him to stop the rioting. He said that he would not do so, and that I was in order, it was an order from the Emir, and Emir is his father. So from Katsina, the disturbance spread to other towns in Katsina Emirate, like Fontua, Malumbasi, Siga, etc. So in these towns, the story of the direct involvement of the Emir in the disturbances is told again and again by other witnesses. The death toll in Katsina Emirate will be seen later on. So what I've just described to you is one of the caves, one of the towns, and what happened. Where you have people supposed to run into police for protection, they got burnt inside there. Where sometimes the police actually join in rioting, looting, and killing, sweeping not just your stores and every single thing, including the paint. They brush, they sweep it so you have nothing left, because they will destroy you economically. If you're lucky, you get out alive, and then nothing to go on. So that is one of the madness that I described in just one town. Wait till you hear about Kanu. Wait till you hear about Kaduna. Okay, so I just finished talking about Katsina. I'm happy to continue. Okay, so I talked about Katsina. I'm going to talk about quickly about Kaduna. Okay, Kaduna. And that may help us to wrap up for today. We're talking about Katsina. We're now going to talk about what happened in Kaduna. Kaduna, as you know, was the capital of the northern region at the time. Okay? So it's pertinent to understand that this just didn't happen in Katsina. It also happened in major cities in the north. Okay, so I'm going to now talk about Kaduna. Right. Kaduna has no emir, okay, at this stage, because it's the seat of the government in the northern Nigeria. It has no emir or district head. It is the capital of northern Nigeria and the seat of northern Nigeria regional government. The military governor lives there. That's the mentioned name, his name earlier, Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina. Okay. The head of all the departments of the government have their offices in Kaduna. The police headquarters is in Kaduna. One would have thought that all places, Kaduna would be the last place one would expect to see innocent civilians exposed to mob attack. So in other words, it's like the capital is like London. Okay, you'll expect the police to be well equipped to prevent riot and killing of innocent people. So Kaduna was the capital in the north. Now the evidence showed that Kaduna was just as affected as any other important towns in the Hausa-speaking areas. Now, in fact, it was the top civil servant that led the attack. So here's what witness 52 have to say. His name is Daniel Godwin Principal. After the Daniel coup, the head of my department, Mr. N.B. Kirby, Territorial Control of North, called me up to take care of the personnel in the exchange and some other P&T installations in Kaduna. A few hours later, out of sheer curiosity, I went to the Sarduana's house in Kaduna to check up on the news we have heard. I found water and blood dripping from the upstairs, and quite a number of northerners were in the premises as well as within the building. I was amazed to find that all the northerners were showing no signs of grief. In fact, some of them were in Sarduana's sitting room at that time, were having fun by parodying the official procedure, the protocol and pump they had observed during the Sarduana's lifetime. For example, someone would pose as the Sarduana secretary, would say, rank again, and genuflex, then there would be riotous laughter. Others mimic the way they laugh, and so on and so forth. So some Hausa friends told me that the coup was a godsend, but that it was only fault was that nobody was killed in the east. Okay, so this is the impression the Houses had when the Sarduana secretary was killed. There was widespread celebration in the whole Nigeria until they turned it into an evil coup and started killing all the Igbos. But then came Decree 34. Decree 34 was trying to unify Nigeria into one country, in the sense that the North and East and West have always been separate. They governed. They had their own government. They had their own embassies, even in London and Washington. Every region had their own embassies. So the army came and wanted to unify everything. So, for the unification of the public services, after its publication, Northern civil servants felt very insecure. They had issues with, there are more people in the South who are more trained, more educated than we are, and so on. So if you unified the civil servants, we're going to be edged out of our jobs. So they felt insecure and openly complained about it. So it was understood that permanent secretaries and other top government officials of northern origin, they masterminded this demonstration. Then on the 29th of May, which is a Sunday, it's called Black Sunday, we heard rumors of violence in the town. We were already in the church at the Faith Tabernacle, Kaduna, for evening service, when we noticed that the whole environment of the church and the street outside was filled with houses. At the end of the service, we could not go out. So now, witness Julius Abisi. I was transferred from Lagos to Kaduna, and I arrived Kaduna February 1st, 58, when that day I had been living Kaduna until I returned by air on the 5th of October because of the unfortunate incident in the north. After the January coup, and relations existed between Easterners and Northerners took a different shape till May, when everything deteriorated. So now he's saying, May 28, Northerners asked for permission for the police to demonstrate against the military regime. They wanted this demonstration to take effect on the 20th of May, but having been refused the permission, they staged the demonstration with violence on the 29th. They used this demonstration as an instrument to kill, loot, destroy the property of Easterners residing in the Kaduna. They continued this operation extermination for full 3 days before the army intervened. Now then, on the 29th of May, the same thing happened. A group of Hausa top civil servants held a meeting at Ahmad Bello Stadium. This meeting started at 1 p.m. on Saturday and lasted till 4 p.m. It was from that meeting they spread to the town, attacking every Easterner they met. Looting, arson, and killing of the law-abiding Easterners featured predominantly. After the attack, they started going from house to house, hunting for Easterners to kill. As I understand, and speaking Hausa fluently, I had the opportunity to mix freely with every Northerner. What they were saying was nothing like peace will remain in the map of Nigeria. Now, from this time onwards, peace and tranquility eluded Kaduna. Easterners started running from one corner of the bush to the other, search for safety. The situation remained like this until 29th of September. Now, on the 29th of September, I witnessed the heaviest killings. The corpses were being transported from town to the hospital. The extent of the killings was so great that the ambulance could not cope with the evacuation of corpses, so that they had to employ PWD and P&T tippers to help in clearing the corpses. The most sorrowful sight I've ever seen was that young men were sitting on top of the corpses, dancing and singing merrily as they drove round the town. Earlier, on the 24th of September, my chief warden, Mr. Robinson Okoye, was killed in his room. And this was done not by the army, not by the police, but the HAUSA warden under him. These HAUSA members of our staff organized themselves to attack we fellow Eastern wardens. They said we must have all of you wiped out. They even said this in public. Personally, these were vandals chased me in broad daylight. I only managed to escape because I was riding while they were attacking. After riding up a mile and a half from them, I dodged and entered the bush. The molestation directed to us by House members of staff had to support the senior men, because each time we went to them to lodge a complaint, they were merely say, "Go away." Our only savior was the instruction from Lagos that all of us should come en masse transfer to the east. We eventually arrived in the east by air on the 5th of October without any of the belongings. So I'm going to pause there, because what I just tried to read are areas so far as Katsina and Kaduna, where you'll expect to be some protection for reasonable human beings. The emir should keep order, but he was chasing around and making sure people were being killed. And in one of the instances, he was driving around in his car and hooting his car horn and saying, leave the properties, kill them. After killing them, then the properties will be yours. So people were looting and killing at the same time. So he advised them to just kill the people first, and then they collected their properties. So he's supposed to be in a prison of authority to advise people to bring peace and order, but he didn't. The police joined in. They were burnt in the police. There's so many things that happened to our people. And the plan was to empty the north from easterners. And about, as I said before, 1.8 to 2 million people returned to the eastern region as a result of this security in the rest of Nigeria. And as a result of that insecurity, the Biafrans decided to form their own country as a way of guaranteeing their safety.
We have to come to the conclusion that there are no extenuating circumstances. You have been found guilty on all charges. Is there something you could tell the court before pronouncement of your sentence?
All we want is freedom. That's all we want. Freedom. Freedom for children to learn. Freedom for men to work. For mothers to love. For a nation to grow. That's all we want. Equality. For everyone. You see, I am just one of many. A foot soldier. There will be many, many more to follow. So, there is no court of law, no police force, no army that will stop the tide of revolution from turning. There is no punishment that you can lay out in this court. No law, no government can pass that will kill the will of the people. Because we will fight. We will continue to fight. you from yourselves. So you can hate us, degrade us, torture us, and kill us. But we will fight. And we will be free. One day, we will be free. Amanda! Amanda!
Solomon Kalushi Mashango.